All right. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order and declare a quorum present. Again, welcome to the 605th board meeting of the California Regional Water Quality Control Board, Central Valley Region in Rancho Cordova. This meeting of the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board is called to order at 9:02 a.m. on Wednesday, June 3rd, 2026, and a quorum is in fact present. This meeting is being live streamed, and the full video will be available on YouTube following this meeting. I am Nick Abdis, Chair of the Central Valley Waterboard. I'll introduce other board members in just one moment. Mindy, can you please begin by providing instructions for the members of the public that plan on participating in today's meeting?
We'll be doing that for us. Both English and Spanish.
Okay, that's great. Go ahead, Christina.
Chair Advis, I have the instructions here. Thank you.
Please.
Spanish interpretation services are available for both online and in-person attendees. In-person attendees may visit our language team at the back of the room for services. Online participants may listen via the Spanish language channel on Zoom. When providing testimony, please speak slowly and allow breaks in between for translation and interpretation. Spanish language speakers will be allotted double time for testimony to allow for translation. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now introduce the other board members. To my left, Elena Lee Reeder of Sacramento. Next to her is Denise Kadar of Allensworth. Next to her is Sean Yang of Sacramento. Next to is Art Baggett of El Portal. To my right is Mark Bradford. Again, I'm Nick Abdis of Sacramento. I will now introduce Executive Officer Patrick Palupo, who will introduce his staff.
Good morning. Welcome back to Rancho Cordova. Across from me, we have Chris Moskal and Kennedy Knight from the Office of Chief Counsel. To my immediate right is Jessica Yar with the Office of Chief Counsel. And then in front of me is JJ Baum, the Assistant Executive Officer in the Rancho Cordova office. Next to him, Angela Cleaver and Bob Ditto, Program Managers with the CV Salts team. To my immediate left is Mindy Bunn, Executive Assistant, Clerk to the Board. And to her left is Christina Shoup, Assistant Executive Officer in the Fresno office. We have Clint Snyder, the Assistant Executive Officer in the Reading office. And this is our first meeting in a long time without Adam Lapitz, who was the former Assistant Executive Officer in this office and apparently is having a grand time with CAL FIRE these days. We'll still try and get back to him on that and bring him back in August, see if we can make him wear the blue uniform that he so coveted to get him over there. With that, I will turn it back to you, Chair Abdis.
Yeah, thank you. I look forward to that proper send-off of Mr. Lapitz. Before we begin today, I'd like to ask everybody to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you can rise if you are able. Salute and pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. So today's meeting is focused on the discussion of the Modesto Management Zone item. To make sure we provide this item with the time and consideration it deserves, we'll be addressing board communications and the adoption of the minutes, executive officers report, and the uncontested items on day 2, which is tomorrow. As a minor correction to the agenda, we will be hearing from the State Water Board liaison as well tomorrow and not today. At this point in the agenda, we do have the public forum. If you are a person at this meeting and wish to speak but have not submitted a speaker card, please fill out the blue card at the reception table and give it to the staff. Give it to a staff member. If you are on the Zoom platform and wish to speak but have not registered, please raise your hand now. Again, this is for items not on the agenda today. So, Mindy, has anyone requested to speak?
I do have one for public forum. Let me look them up right now. And I apologize, that's for tomorrow.
Okay, so then we have no speakers for items not on the agenda. Okay, on to item number 5, the Modesto Management Zone, Stanislaus County, consideration of an order to approve the Modesto Management Zone Implementation Plan and amend waste discharge requirement orders to incorporate the nitrate control program. All right, I got some lengthy instructions here. Bear with me.
One second. We do have somebody raising their hand on the Zoom, Joanne Kipps.
Yes. Ms. Kipps, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
please proceed.
Can you see me?
I do not.
Okay, well, I'll talk. Good morning. My name is Joanne Kipps. I'm a Fresno County resident and civil engineer. My topic today is the carbon cycle in the land treatment of food processing waste. Compared with domestic wastewater, food processing wastewater contains far more organic carbon as measured by biochemical oxygen demand, or BOD. When applied to soil, aerobic microorganisms, or microbes, consume the BOD and, like humans, use oxygen to break down food molecules and release carbon dioxide through respiration. Oxygen and carbon dioxide diffuse more slowly through soil and water than through air, about 60% slower in unsaturated soil and 10,000 times slower in water. Applying BOD to soil creates an all-you-can-eat buffet for microbes, causing them to multiply rapidly. Microbes, like humans, are more than 50% water by weight. As they die, they become food for other microbes. Both living and dead microbes can clog soil pores, slowing oxygen diffusion to the rate it travels through water and increasing carbon dioxide levels in the soil. Carbon dioxide gas is readily soluble in water to become carbonic acid, which dissolves soil minerals, calcium and magnesium carbonates, and forms bicarbonate. Over time, BOD land treatment can cause calcium, magnesium, and bicarbonate in groundwater up to 3 to 5 times greater than natural background. There are no water quality objectives for calcium, magnesium, and bicarbonate. However, they do contribute to groundwater salinity. And too much calcium and magnesium can cause scale buildup around plumbing fixtures, reduce soap lathering, and may require water softeners for domestic and industrial use. These salinity impacts to groundwater are avoidable by removing BOD prior to land discharge in an anaerobic digester that converts BOD to methane, which can be used to generate electricity. Now, that's a sustainable food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kipps. All right, moving back to item number 5, I do have some lengthy instructions. Again, the board will be considering an order approving the Modesto Management Zone and setting requirements for the dischargers named in that order. If you are a person at the meeting and wish to speak but have not submitted a speaker card, please fill it out at the blue card at the reception table and give it to the board clerk seated to my right. If you are on the Zoom platform and wish to speak but have not yet registered, please raise your hand now. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the notice of public hearing and the meeting procedures published with the meeting agenda. At this time, evidence should be introduced on whether the proposed action should be taken. Participants in the hearing will be considered designated parties or interested persons. Designated parties may present written evidence offer witness testimony, cross-examine witnesses, and provide closing statements. Interested persons are people and organizations that are interested in the outcome of the hearing, but who have not been designated as a party. Interested persons may present written or oral policy or legal statements, but may not present evidence, cross-examine witnesses, or be subject to cross-examination. Both parties and interested persons may be asked to respond to questions from the board or its staff. As stated in the hearing notice, requests for designated party status were required to have been submitted by April 22nd. The following is a list of designated parties. For the Valley Water Collaborative, which is implementing the Modesto Management Zone. The other Priority 1 management zones, which include Chowchilla Management Zone, Kings Water Allowance, Cahuilla Water Foundation, and Tule Basin Management Zone. And Dairy Cares and the Central Valley Dairy Representative Monitoring Program. The designated parties have requested additional time and have requested to present as panels. Prior to the hearing, the board granted time requests and a request to present as panels. Panel number 1 consists of the parties to the proceeding, including Management Zone and Dairy Cares. The following speakers will be included in this panel: Teresa Dunham of Consors and Conway on behalf of Priority 1 Management Zones, Maureen Thompson of the Valley Water Collaborative, Deborah Dunn of Kings Water Allowance, Charlotte Schul, Cahuilla Water Foundation, and Tule Basin Water Foundation, David Corey, Irrigated Lands, JP Caviella, Dairy Cares, Ken Miller, Formation Environmental. The panel was granted 60 minutes for a presentation and has reserved an additional 15 minutes for rebuttal and a closing statement. Interested persons are generally allowed up to 3 minutes each to provide their comments. In accordance with section 11125.7, members of the public utilizing a translator shall limit their comments to 6 minutes and a timer will be used. Panel number 2 consists of a group of interested persons that are referred to as the Environmental Justice Coalition. These participants did not request designated party status, but in accordance with the hearing notice, requested additional time for a panel presentation. They have been granted 45 minutes to provide a panel presentation. Panelists will include Jennifer Cleary of Clean Water Action, Corinne Gibson of Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, Kaya Rivers, the Community Water Center, and residents of Valley communities, including Kari Quintana, Martha Curiel, Esteban Curiel, Maria Luisa Munoz, Lisa Munoz, Michael Prado Sr., Salvador Sandoval, Angie Moreno, Arturo Perez, Maria Perez, Tutui Montes, Edie Ray Sanchez, Lucy Hernandez, and Miriam Sanchez. On June 2nd, 2026, Corinne Gibson, on behalf of the Environmental Justice Coalition, requested that the board accept into evidence the State Water Board's May 4th final response to the request for external peer review of this board's groundwater protection formulas, values, and targets framework. Ms. Gibson indicated that the coalition panel would have submitted this document with the written comments if it had been available at the time that those comments were due, and that the panel would like to refer to that document in its presentation here today. If it's admitted, the board is inclined to grant other parties latitude in discussing this evidence. So at this point in the process, I would ask, does any party object to the submission of this document into evidence?
Good morning, Tess Denham with the Priority 1 Management Zones. We have just a general objection that it would have been nice had the parties requested its inclusion soon after it came out on May 4th. We are familiar with the document and we'll be able to respond to it. But I do think that, it would have been helpful had it been requested 3 or 4 weeks ago when the document was first available. I'm not certain. We'll talk about if you decide to let it in, we'll have some other responses to it and just would request that we are provided some additional time to respond as we are prepared to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dunham. Any other parties wish to speak on this to object to this document being admitted into evidence? May I ask Mr. Palupa, at this point, do we have to take a vote to do this, or is it?
I think the cleanest way would be to take a vote. So
Okay,
motion and second.
all right. Well, I'll make the motion as a chair's prerogative. I will say, certainly, for the benefit of the process and the parties involved, certainly would have liked to have had this request sooner, but understanding the magnitude of today's action, I certainly don't see the rationale to object admitting it into evidence, but I would advise parties in the future to please do their best to provide notification of such submittal much more in advance than the day before. So like I said, chair's discretion or prerogative to move the item. Do I have a second?
Yes.
So I have a motion and a second. Please take the roll.
Member Bradford,
Yes.
Chair Abdas.
Yes.
Vice Chair Elena. Aye. Member Kadara,
Yes.
Member Yang.
Aye.
And Member Baggett.
Okay, with that, the request for the submission is granted. This document will be considered part of the record for this item. All right, for all persons expecting to testify or provide evidence, I see that we might have a group of folks coming in, so anybody that's expected to testify, I would ask you to take a moment and raise your right hand and take the following oath. Do you swear the testimony you are about to give is the truth? If so, answer I do. All right, so please state your name, address, affiliation, and whether you have taken the oath before testifying. If any participant is having technical difficulties online, please notify us immediately by raising your hand. Virtually on Zoom, the participants tab, or if you're using a phone, using just a phone, press *9. You may also send an email to agenda and then the number 5, agenda number 5 at waterboards.ca.gov. If there are technical difficulties, we will stop the hearing to address those issues and will not resume until all designated parties can participate. All right, we will now begin with the staff presentation. So.
So good morning, Chair Abbas and members of the board. I'm Bob Ditto, the new Nitrate Control Program Manager, and I have taken the oath. Angela Cleaver is also here with me today, as she has been an integral part in moving the Nitrate Control Program forward. I will now hand it off to Angela to provide some background for the Modesto Management Zone Implementation Plan approval process, and I will follow up with describing the Modesto Management Zone order for adoption today.
Thank you, Bob. Good morning, Chair Abdus and members of the board. I'm Angela Cleaver, Senior Environmental Scientist and Program Manager for the CV Salt Control Program, and I've taken the oath. The main goals and priorities for the CV Salts program are to ensure and provide safe drinking water supply through both short-term and long-term solutions, reduce salt and nitrate loading so that ongoing discharges neither threaten to degrade high-quality waters nor cause or contribute to exceedances of water quality objectives. All right. Trying to advance the slide, one moment. And implement long-term managed restoration of impaired water bodies to the extent it is reasonable, feasible, and practicable to do so. CV Salt is composed of 2 distinct programs that address salt and nitrate in the Central Valley. Today, we're focusing on the Nitrate Control Program, which is a prioritized program for groundwater only. This program involves 2 permitting pathways, the individual permitting approach with more stringent requirements, and the management zone permitting approach, which relies upon collective efforts to provide replacement drinking water and limit nitrate loading to achieve compliance with water quality objectives. For the purpose of today's discussion, we're focusing on the management zone approach. Nitrate control program implementation is prioritized to address health risks associated with nitrate impacted drinking water. Prioritized groundwater basins and subbasins in the Central Valley have been identified based on ambient nitrate conditions in groundwater and the degree of water quality concerns for nitrate. Priority 1 areas on the map in red are where management zones have been developed and where early action plans and delivery of replacement drinking water were implemented starting in May 2021. Management zones have been developed in priority 2 areas where implementation of early action plans began in February 2025. The remaining areas or non-prioritized areas will be addressed on a case-by-case basis, phasing in implementation after we address the nitrate problems in priority 1 and 2 areas. This map shows priority 1 management zones, which include the Modesto management zone, the focus of today's conversation, and the Turlock management zone, both with Valley Water Collaborative as the administrator. Moving south, we have the Chowchilla management zone, Kings Water Alliance, Kauai Water Foundation, and the Tule Basin management zone. The management zone permitting approach, or Path B, involves a shared and collective responsibility amongst dischargers for implementation of nitrate reduction solutions and short-term and long-term drinking water solutions. For dischargers that are above the nitrate standard, Path B allows for an exception from meeting the nitrate water quality objective, provided they take action towards meeting the nitrate water quality objective. An exception also requires that the management zone provide safe drinking water to affected communities and residents within the management zone. Compliance with the nitrate control program requirements will be enforced through a management zone order. In May 2020, the regional board sent notices to comply to dischargers in priority 1 basins, which kicked off program implementation and a time schedule for submitting management zone deliverables. Preliminary management zone proposals, or PMZPs, and early action plans, or EAPs, were submitted by the 6 priority 1 management zones in March 2021. PMZPs contained information on the management zone boundaries, technical analysis of nitrate conditions, and a list of participating members. EAPs describe how management zones would conduct well testing and provide safe drinking water to impacted residents. These documents had a 30-day public comment period, and after review, the board sent conditional approval letters for these plans. In May 2021, implementation of early action plans began. Final management zone proposals, or FMZPs, were submitted to the board in August 2022. The final proposals had a 30-day public comment period, and the board sent concurrence letters for the FMZPs and final EAPs in February of 2023. In September 2023, the management zone implementation plans, or MZIPs, were submitted to the Central Valley Waterboard. After receiving the MZIPs, board staff reviewed them to determine if the required elements identified in the basin plan were included and addressed. The MZIPs were made available for public comment in November and December 2023, and a virtual public workshop on the MZIPs was held to provide an opportunity for interested parties to learn about the MZIPs and provide feedback. After board staff review, it was determined that all 6 of the priority 1 MZIPs were complete. Determination of completeness meant that the MZIPs provided information, actions, and timelines that address the key elements identified in the basin plan. At the April 2024 Central Valley Water Board meeting, an informational item on the MZIPs was presented to include a staff presentation, management zone panel, environmental justice panel, and public comments. I'll now hand it over to Bob to talk about the management zone order.
So good morning again, Chair Advis and members of the board, and thank you, Angela, for providing some background. I'd now like to talk about the proposed adoption of the Modesto Management Zone Order. This order is the first of its kind and officially approves the Modesto Management Zone Implementation Plan, or MZIP. Approving the MZIP grants participating dischargers time-limited nitrate exceptions ranging from 10 to 35 years, enabling them to develop and implement long-term solutions while providing drinking water. The order explains what the management zone and each participating discharger must do and makes clear that each permit holder is still legally responsible for meeting all required milestones and obligations. The MZIP is a central program document guiding how the Modesto Management Zone will meet the nitrate control program's goals, which include providing safe drinking water, reducing nitrate impacts, and restoring groundwater quality. It incorporates a continuous implementation of the emergency and interim drinking water program initiated under the early action plan while developing long-term solutions. It also establishes a management zone-wide nitrate reduction program, which defines actions across all sectors discharging nitrate, including agriculture, dairies, bovine, poultry, and groundwater protection program dischargers, which are facilities that are permitted to apply waste to land. The Modesto order is organized around 6 core functional sections and reporting requirements with enforceability. The Modesto NZIP serves as the management zone's formal application for an exception to nitrate water quality objectives. The emergency and interim drinking water program ensures that residents impacted by nitrate contaminated groundwater receive immediate interim replacement water. Outreach is required and is an essential part of all program elements. The long-term drinking water program outlines a roadmap for permanent drinking water solutions. The nitrate reduction program describes actions required of agriculture, municipal, dairy, bovine, poultry, and other dischargers. The management zone commits to long-term groundwater nitrate restoration, supported by extensive monitoring, trend analysis, load reduction strategies, and adaptive management. Participants and the management zone must meet strict reporting duties, including submittal of nitrate reduction plans, data reports, milestone status updates, and documentation of outreach and drinking water provisions. Failure to submit required materials triggers a formal notification process and may result in removal from the management zone and loss of exception eligibility. The exceptions policy, which is part of the board's basin plans, establishes the process through which the board can grant limited exceptions from implementation of the water quality objective for nitrate and groundwater. Dischargers that have received a nitrate exception cannot be subject to penalties for violating permit requirements that are based on the nitrate objective. Exception terms are generally from 10 years, but may extend to 35 years when needed to meet program goals, supported by a justified milestone-based plan. MZIPs are applications for a group of dischargers that all discharge nitrate to the same groundwater basin to obtain nitrate exceptions. Applications must demonstrate compliance challenges, include monitoring reporting plans, and commit to providing safe, reliable, and affordable drinking water to nitrate-impacted management zone residents. Only dischargers that are fully engaged in the nitrate control program may qualify for a nitrate exception. The management zone, on behalf of the dischargers it represents, must submit 5 and 10-year reports documenting MZIP implementation, including progress made, challenges encountered, and next steps. The board will periodically review management zones and dischargers' progress and the appropriateness of exception terms and can enforce, revise, or revoke exceptions based on performance and public input. Specifically, this order authorizes exceptions for 10 years for low threat or low population bovine operations, 15 years for low threat poultry operations, 25 years for full coverage poultry facilities, 35 years for full coverage bovine operations, dairies, and irrigated lands operations, and 10 to 35 years for groundwater quality protection program dischargers. The emergency and interim drinking water program is designed to deliver immediate protections for residents affected by nitrate impacted drinking water. The program includes domestic well testing, bottled water delivery, installation of in-home treatment systems, and the development of public fill stations. These measures ensure that residents have reliable access to safe drinking water while the management zone works on long-term solutions. The Modesto Management Zone has done a tremendous amount already in the past 4 years, holding 876 meetings and events, testing over 1,500 wells, and providing drinking water to over 1,000 households. Outreach has been a key component to this success, delivered through multiple channels, including mailers, flyers, social media, websites, and direct engagement. The order does require the management zone to hold 4 community outreach meetings during the first year. The following years, meetings will occur based on perceived need and community feedback. These meetings provide opportunities to share information, receive feedback, understand community needs, and adjust program services as needed. There are several key regulatory requirements related to the emergency and interim drinking water program. First, within 1 year, the management zone must complete a comprehensive inventory of all domestic wells within the management zone boundary. This inventory is essential for identifying affected households for planning, outreach, and services. Second, the management zone must offer well testing to all domestic wells within 5 years. Any household with nitrate levels above the drinking water standard can receive interim drinking water. At least one public water fill station must be installed within the first year. When selecting locations, the management zone must consider accessibility, safety, lighting, traffic flow, community support, and where feasible, 24/7 availability. Interim service must remain in place until a long-term drinking water solution is implemented or offered to each affected household. This ensures continued protection throughout the transition to permanent solutions. Long-term solutions focus first on disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged communities as identified in the MZIP's initial focus areas. Solutions fall into 3 categories: in-home treatment systems, consolidation with public water systems, and centralized treatment projects. The order requires progressive milestones, such as offering solutions to 20% of impacted domestic wells by year 6 and scaling to 100% by year 18. A long-term drinking water evaluation work plan for impacted domestic wells is due within 2 years, followed by a full implementation plan within 5 years. The nitrate reduction program coordinates data collection and management actions across all nitrate discharging sectors to support long-term nitrate load reductions. It includes sector-specific tasks, for example, the development of a dairy data management system, bovine and poultry quality assurance programs, and non-15 dischargers nitrate delineation reports. The management zone must develop updated township scale groundwater protection values and groundwater protection target methodologies, enabling data-driven nitrate reduction targets for each sector. Within 8 years, the management zone must deliver a nitrate load reduction report defining required load reductions for each township. Aquifer restoration is approached through multiple strategies such as recharge projects, source control, extraction for beneficial uses, and piloting new technologies. The management zone is encouraged to coordinate with groundwater sustainability agencies, or GSAs, to align restoration efforts with Sigma groundwater sustainability plans. Ongoing monitoring through the Management Zone Surveillance and Monitoring Program, also referred to as SAMP, tracks groundwater trends and restoration progress. To support long-term aquifer restoration, the management zone will submit 5, 10, and 15-year milestone restoration effort reports, which include progress on pilot projects and development of long-term restoration approaches. The order establishes robust oversight through required annual progress reports beginning in 2026, summarizing implementation status for all program elements. Every 5 years, the management zone must present a 5-year exception status report during a public hearing. This report must evaluate progress towards required milestones and confirm that the terms of the exception remain as short as practicable. Every 10 years, the management zone must present a technology and BMP assessment report in a public hearing. This assessment must reevaluate available treatment technologies and confirm whether updated technologies or BMPs should modify the management zone's long-term approach. The board retains the authority to modify or revoke any exception if the management zone does not meet required milestones or otherwise fails to comply with the terms of the exception. To help illustrate the complexity and breadth of this program, the next several slides outline the workload the management zone must complete to meet the proposed milestones in this order. These slides are meant to show the total volume of work within the overall timeframe, not a step-by-step sequence of tasks. In the first 5 years, they will be working to collect valuable data from all the regulated sectors to establish nitrate loading. They will be holding community meetings, identifying all nitrate impacted wells within the management area, installing a fill station, and providing replacement water as needed. They will be developing long-term drinking water work plans and coordinating with other agencies on restoration of groundwater resources. They will also be reporting this information on a monthly and annual basis. Within 6 to 10 years, years 6 through 10 will build upon information and experiences. The management zone will give their first 5-year public update of their progress to the board, along with their first groundwater restoration effort report. They will be required to develop groundwater protection values and targets. Outreach continues while interim drinking water is provided to those in need. Retesting of identified wells will also occur. They will begin offering long-term solutions to those with impacted wells, develop a plan and identify funding for centralized treatment solutions, continue coordination with GSAs and recharge projects. They will begin assessment of groundwater protection target compliance and submit a nitrogen load reduction report in year 8, which establishes nitrate loading for each regulated sector within townships. In years 11 through 20, the management zone will present the first 10-year BMP and treatment technology report to the board and submit their 10 and 15-year groundwater restoration effort report. They will provide updates on groundwater target compliance assessments, provide outreach, well testing, and replacement water to those in need, offer all impacted drinking water wells a long-term solution, implement long-term drinking water solutions, continue to coordinate with GSAs and other agencies to restore groundwater resources along with annual reporting requirements. So please keep in mind that these are the initial proposed timelines and could be adjusted as the program progresses. In years 21 through 35, the management zone will provide updates with 5 and 10-year public hearing presentations. They will continue with groundwater compliance assessments, outreach and interim and long-term solutions where needed, and work on groundwater restoration efforts as reporting continues on an annual basis. This is an abbreviated timeline on the details involved with meeting all the milestones in this order, but hopefully provided you with an overview of the complexity of this program. So why this matters? The order ensures residents, especially those in disadvantaged areas, receive safe, reliable drinking water while long-term solutions are developed. It establishes accountability and transparency through structured reporting, community outreach, and regulatory oversight. The program is designed to achieve sustained groundwater improvement, providing both immediate public health benefits and long-term environmental gains. Most importantly, this action starts the timeline for the nitrate exception. So I'll now go over the comments that we received and our responses. So the comments submitted reflect a broad and engaged cross-section of our region, from environmental justice advocates and community members to technical organizations, industry groups, and tribal governments. 6 comment letters were received. One from the Pakinyani Medu of Strawberry Valley Rancheria. Other letters received from the Priority 1 and 2 management zones, Sustainable Conservation, Central Valley Dairy Representative Monitoring Program, and Dairy Cares. A joint letter was received from the Environmental Justice Community, which included the Community Water Center, the Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, the Environmental Law Foundation, Clean Water Action, Asociación de Gente Unida por el Agua, and Defensores del Valle Central para el Agua y Aire Limpio. We recognize and appreciate the thoughtful input received during this process. Many commenters highlighted the importance of balancing timely implementation of the nitrate control program with the need for transparency, accountability, and culturally informed decision-making. We thank all who took the time to participate, and we present these comments today with a commitment to continue collaboration as the Modesto Management Zone moves into the next phase of implementation. I would now hand it off to Angela to help summarize the comments received from Sustainable Conservation and the Environmental Justice Coalition.
I'll now go over comments received from Sustainable Conservation. The commenter suggests that the board should evaluate whether timelines for MZIP implementation can be shortened. Response. Staff considered all available information as well as the capacities of the management zone, dischargers, and board staff, and established timelines that are as short as practicable. The board will reevaluate and refine the timelines and processes over time based on data generated in the early phases of implementation. The commenter suggests delays in approving key nitrate control program and Modesto MZIP components due to capacity limits and other external regulatory dependencies that are slowing overall implementation. Response. Implementation of this complex multi-party program is proceeding on a timetable that may be frustrating to many entities that would like to see progress occur on a more expeditious timeline. The board endeavors to continue to maintain progress on a timetable that is as short as practicable. The commenter requests deletion of as appropriate from dairy model MRP's requirement that dairies identify actions to improve nitrate discharge performance based on previous year's data and add a requirement for dairies to progress towards whole farm balance. Response. The as appropriate qualifier reflects the possibility that certain dairies will reduce their nitrate discharges to a level that they are no longer causing or contributing to exceedance of the water quality objective. The draft order would not require subsequent improvements from dischargers that achieve this final objective. Reporting progress on meeting whole farm balance is already required as a reporting requirement of the management zone. Again, we're a long way from these objectives, but that is why the language was included in this order. The commenter suggests clarifying how and when management zones will coordinate with SAFER, groundwater sustainability agencies, and other programs to deliver interim and long-term drinking water solutions, conduct outreach, and provide public information about its efforts. Response. While the board has limited authority to impose requirements beyond the scope of its regulatory jurisdiction, the draft order outlines the principles for and processes through which the board expects drinking water solutions to be implemented. And both the MZIP and draft order emphasize a need for coordinated delivery of interim and long-term drinking water solutions and the importance of aligning management zone activities with statewide efforts such as SAFER program and local GSAs. The commenter suggests that the board should evaluate ILRP growers' nutrient management based on what is realistically achievable using known practices, rather than comparing growers to one another. The commenter asserts that this type of feasibility-based assessment is needed to set baselines, identify practical improvements, and support exception timelines. Response. We acknowledge the distinction raised between the current outlier-based approach and the type of feasibility-based performance assessment described that compares actual A-R and A/R values to agronomically achievable performance benchmarks, rather than to statistical distributions alone. Changes to the outlier approach are beyond the scope of the draft order, but the second statewide agricultural expert panel is reviewing the current knowledge regarding nitrate application, and the board will follow progress that may mandate changes in regulatory approaches to reach desired milestones in a more efficient manner. Back to Bob.
The commenter suggests the management zone and/or board should provide details about how and when third-party and public input will be included to assess updates and milestones included in the Modesto MZIP order without creating undue delays to implementation. A response. The board will accept public feedback on draft order implementation at any time. The board's iterative process, 5-year reviews of nitrate exceptions, which will occur during a public hearing, will serve as primary opportunity for revising draft order requirements and/or nitrate exception terms. During the hearings, the board will receive public input, assess progress towards interim milestones, and will make other considerations as necessary to implement the program. I will now address comments from the Environmental Justice Coalition. The commenter suggests that the regional board must require the management zone to fund long-term drinking water solutions regardless of the availability of public funding, and cannot permit management zones to either decline to provide solutions or delay implementation if public funding is unavailable. A response. The order requires the management zone to work to secure technical assistance and funding for public water systems consolidation and centralization efforts where these are feasible long-term solutions. However, neither the board nor the management zone can require a public water system to consolidate with other public water systems or integrate new households into their service areas. Instead, we anticipate that these long-term solutions would be negotiated by the management zone in collaboration with the community. Public funding is a vital component to developing and implementing these solutions. Furthermore, it is likely that other concerns unrelated to nitrate pollution would be addressed by these types of infrastructure projects, and these would require public funding for implementation. Public water system improvements will proceed. Reasonable local authorities' reasons for approving and implementing these projects will vary. While nitrate contamination may be a driving factor for some of these projects, it may not be the sole or even primary reason for public water system to pursue this type of project. The commenter suggests the board should impose shorter schedules for well testing, drinking water solutions, and long-term projects. A response. The proposed timelines represent years of negotiation, and as a package, they reflect the shortest practicable means of implementing the ambitious scope of the nitrate control program within the Modesto management zone. If future information shows progress can happen faster, the board can shorten timelines during the required periodic reviews mandated by the order. The commenter suggests the board should mandate additional years of operation and maintenance support for replacement water programs and clearer rules about who pays. Our response, the board updated the order so operation and maintenance for multi-contaminant systems is consistent with what funding partners like Safer Program can practically support. The board also added flexibility so the management zone can tailor subsidies for disadvantaged communities based on local needs and local long-term solutions. The commenter suggests that the board should require the management zone to conduct quarterly community meetings indefinitely to ensure that there is sufficient public engagement and participation throughout MZIP implementation. Our response, the order requires 4 meetings in the first year and then additional meetings based on community need. Community outreach happens in many ways, not only through meetings. The order provides flexibility for the management zone to determine how to best obtain and incorporate public feedback over the course of the MZIP implementation. The order also requires detailed reporting so the board can make changes if it sees a need for additional public engagement. I'll now hand it back to Angela.
The commenter suggests that the board allow annual monetary contributions to the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund in lieu of delivering centralized long-term drinking water solutions. Response. We appreciate this concept, but do not recommend incorporating an in lieu payment option at this time due to complexity and time needed to design a mechanism that addresses needs throughout the management zone. The board retains discretion to consider an in lieu pathway in the future if additional negotiations during implementation can clarify expectations and obligations of the management zone and can reduce such obligations to an agreed to sum. Commenters argue that compliance must be individual on a field-by-field or facility-by-facility basis to prevent obscuring localized problems. They object to township-scale groundwater protection targets and any collective evaluation of nitrate impacts to determine compliance during the term of the exception. Response. Oops. The township-level approach is consistent with the State Water Board precedent established in orders WQ 2018-0002, WQ 2023-0081, and with the 5th District Court of Appeals Environmental Law Foundation decision, which recognizes the appropriateness of aggregated representative methods for non-point source regulation. Individual metrics are impractical given hydrogeology, diffuse discharges, and scientific limitations. The order requires iterative nitrate reduction and monitoring at scale, while enforcement remains available against individual dischargers causing local impairments. When exceptions end, dischargers permits will both individually and collectively result in compliance with water quality standards protective of drinking water. The commenters argue that the order would allow hotspots and would fail to protect beneficial uses under Water Code Section 13241. Response. While Water Code Section 13241 applies to basin plan objective setting and is not directly triggered by the adoption of this order, the board includes consideration of these factors in prescribing the order's requirements as required by law. The recognition that dischargers need a structured time schedule to address non-compliance with water quality objectives or hotspots is a fundamental reason why the board embarked on the development of the nitrate control program in the first place. Scientific and technical information demonstrate that dischargers ranging from growers to dairies to wastewater treatment plants all need lengthy time schedules to develop solutions to these hotspots. Throughout the time in which the exception is in effect, the board will be working to ensure that this time schedule is as short as practicable. Commenters request that the order should require dairies to achieve whole farm balance within 10 years, requirements for lining waste lagoons, and other near-term milestones to reduce most dairy discharges of nitrate. Response. This board's waste discharge requirements general order for dairies was challenged upon adoption in 2013 and has been under review by the state board since then. The state board has indicated that it intends to issue a final decision on this matter in September 2026. We anticipate that the final decision will direct significant revisions to this board's regulatory program for dairies. The MZIP approval order takes this impending decision into account, prescribing additional monitoring and reporting and data management improvements in order to enable swift implementation of the state board's final decision. We anticipate that revisions to the dairy general order will include requirements for whole farm nitrogen balance, pond lighting as directed by state board, and other nitrate control program related milestones. In the interim, dairies will continue to fund replacement drinking water programs within the management zone. The commenter suggests that the order should include requirements to implement groundwater restoration efforts, including pilot projects and coordination agreements with GSAs. The commenters also suggest that the order should require restoration to achieve ambient nitrate targets or restoration to the highest water quality since 1968. Response. The Nitrate Control Program Basin Plan Amendment requires restoration to the extent reasonable, feasible, and practicable, and does not set a universal numeric target. The proposed order adds enforceable milestones to conduct 2 or more studies on restoration feasibility and practicability, and to report results in the 5-year report. Formal contracts with GSAs cannot be compelled by the board or the management zone. However, coordination is expected and must be documented. Findings will inform additional restoration requirements in the subsequent order revisions. Now back to Bob.
The commenters argue that the order fails to obtain the highest reasonable quality per Water Code Section 13,000 and does not meet program of implementation requirements of Water Code 13,242. Water Code Section 13,000 is a statement of legislative intent, not an enforceable duty. Nevertheless, the Nitrate Control Program was designed to protect and, where practicable, restore groundwater, which is entirely consistent with the legislature's intent. Water Code Section 13,242 applies to the Basin Plan Program of Implementation, which already exists and was approved by the board in 2018 and 2020. This order carries out that program and thus does not itself need to satisfy Section 13,242 independently. The commenter asserts the order does not comply with the state non-point source pollution policy because it does not contain sufficient water quality requirements, feedback mechanisms, or mandate attainment of water quality objectives. A response. The order establishes a nitrate reduction program that identifies and requires implementation of management practices that will be evaluated through a robust monitoring and reporting program. These requirements satisfy the management practices and feedback mechanism requirements of the non-point source policy. Furthermore, at the end of the exception timeline, the board will require attainment of water quality objectives. It is also worth noting that the non-point source policy is aimed primarily at controlling current proposed non-point discharges. Restoration of legacy pollution is addressed through the Nitrate Control Program Restoration Framework. The commenter asserts that the order prioritizes agriculture over domestic water uses in violation of Water Code Section 106. The regional boards protect all beneficial uses. They do not allocate water, which is what is addressed under Section 106. The nitrate control program and the proposed order are expressly designed to protect municipal and domestic drinking water supplies through short-term replacement water, medium-term load reduction, and long-term solutions. The commenter argues that degradation that would be authorized by the order is inconsistent with the maximum benefit to the people of the state, and the order fails to require best practicable treatment or control. Our response. Extensive findings in the order and the responses to comments document the board's consideration of the degradation that would be authorized by the order. The proposed findings state that the degradation will occur while dischargers are diligently working to reduce nitrate loading, and here's to the maximum benefit of the people of the state, especially because of the key condition of allowing the protracted time schedule is for dischargers to implement a replacement drinking water program. Further, the requirements imposed by the order, many of which require technological innovations, are the best practicable means of addressing pollution caused by the dischargers regulated under the order. The commenter asserts that authorizing continued discharges result in disparate impacts to Latino residents, which is prohibited by Government Code Section 11-135. Our response. The order applies uniformly across communities, requires replacement water and long-term solutions for all impacted residents, and includes substantial documented outreach. None of the proposed actions would be considered a violation of Government Code Section 11-135. The board remains focused on the protection of disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged communities and will refine requirements as necessary during the implementation of the order in the management zone. The commenters allege that failure to timely control nitrate pollution and impose restoration requirements interferes with residents' quiet enjoyment of their properties and discriminates under the Fair Employment and Housing Act. Our response. The Fair Employment and Housing Act governs housing discrimination and does not impose separate obligations on the board. The order mitigates impacts via replacement water, establishes long-term solutions, and applies without regard to protected class status. It cannot reasonably be characterized as discriminatory conduct under the Act. We can now take any questions or clarifications before the stakeholder presentation.
Any board members have any questions for staff at this point? All right. Go ahead. Briang.
We apparently have an individual named Jacob Defant who raised his hand on the Zoom. Can you clarify why the hand is raised? Hands down. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for the presentation. There's a lot of good information in there. And certainly there's a lot of information. Just wanted to clarify a couple things. So obviously it's a very long restoration process. So I see in here that we will have every 5-year kind of report back, correct? And I just wonder, the funding that goes toward it, are we breaking it down like every year, 5 years, 10 years, or is the whole, covers the whole program? And then with that, do we have any sort of, I would say, possible changes within the process as we find or hear feedback from shareholders or whoever may be, that the folks that provide comments, those are very valid and good points, and we provide really good responses. So it's really good to see that so far. But those just some of my question for clarification for you.
So I think I can answer a few of those. In terms of how the project is funded, on our end, our staff time is generally paid for by the discharger's fees. So every permittee that's regulated under the management zone pays an annual permit fee to the state water board, which is redistributed to the regional board, and they fund quite a bit of the staff here under the waste discharge permit fund. Now, I think we're also looking at kind of the financials of the management zone. The requirements of our orders generally are light on dictating financial metrics. It's actually one of the reasons why we didn't quite want to include the contribution to the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund as a permit term right now, because we don't know what that's going to be. And on our end, we are far more results focused than we are dollars focused. If the project costs $500,000 and doesn't get to the endpoint that we are asking for in the order, that's a problem. And so we would prefer to set the endpoint in the order, have this engagement, set the filling station, as opposed to have a requirement in the order, spend $50,000 on a filling station, especially if $50,000 does not get you the filling station built. And so those are the two kind of financial pieces that I heard you ask. In terms of kind of the review process, as one of our comment slides talked about, we're open to hearing from anybody anytime. It's one of the reasons why we have the public forums at the board meeting. We have comment lines, we have complaint lines, online, in person. Some people actually still use the telephone. And folks can contact the regional board, and we will do our best to respond either at a formal hearing or one-on-one. There will be regular formal hearings on these items at 5 years and 10 years is kind of the intervals. And those will discuss all of the innovations that we expect to see, whether a magic bullet hopefully has been developed, we could shorten timeframes or reassess kind of the balance of how much is being done in one area versus another. So I think that gets to your question there. It's a complicated one. I think one of the hallmarks of this program is that there are many, many threads to it, all interwoven together, from the drinking water program to the restoration piece to the nitrate load reduction. And the nitrate load reduction happens across multiple sectors of the economy, agriculture, dairies, wastewater treatment plants, industries. And so all of those intermesh together, and it's a complicated picture. But we will be doing our best at regular intervals, 5 years out, 10 years out, to talk to the board about how each of those sectors is doing and how the drinking water project is progressing within this management zone.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Patrick. And everything you said sounds really good. As far as expectation, as a board member, I would also like to say that I want to thank you, our team, for providing the translation, I should say, to our Latino community. In addition to that, I would say, if we have the data as far as our residents maybe need to cover other languages, that might be wise to provide that resources any way that we can, because this is very important information here, especially for a disadvantaged community. And the focus of helping out disadvantaged communities is very, 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 very found here. It's very out there as far as letting us know that they're definitely the target or the main target, and I'm very appreciative of that. So I just want to say thank you. With that said, so I would assume we do have the sufficient resources as far as manpower at this point moving forward?
So just to clarify, a lot of the on-the-ground outreach is going to be done by the management zones themselves. You'll hear from a number of their representatives and their engagement specialists in just a couple minutes. In terms of what we do, we will be reviewing their reports as they come in, evaluating them for sufficiency, and if need be, prodding them to do more. In terms of the linguistic tools at our disposal, you'll note that our board agendas, the amount of languages that are in the introduction have ballooned. When I started here, maybe we ventured a Spanish translation. The requirements have changed radically, and I think in response to community needs, really do our best to get out there. The Office of Public Engagement and Tribal Affairs has a number of tools that they work with us on, from linguistic isolation tools to availability of other translation services for a wide variety of languages. I forget what the number is, but it's at least a few dozen at this point of languages that they've provided services for throughout the state of California. And again, our management zones know that as well. They have public engagement specialists on staff that are doing that work to make sure that if they're knocking on a door in a community, that they can have somebody there who knows the language, who knows how to interact with that person and can understand their needs.
No, thank you for that. I see the growth as well as far as our continued improvement of translation to our community. The last thing I would say is that, when folks, including myself, see the interval of 0 year to 5 year, 10 year, and so forth, people get a little bit nervous. So do all that we can to really make sure that we communicate effectively so that they know our progress and so forth, so that they understood and understanding where we going, where we at, and where we going. So thank you. I appreciate you all.
Certainly. And I will note, and again, I think the management zones will probably speak to this as well, that their engagement is virtually nonstop. So they will be having, we are mandating them to have multiple community meetings. The first year, they are working very hard. We kind of mentioned the final domestic well survey. There's a lot of groundwork that needs to be done, that has been done for the past few years. But to close that out, there are going to be more flyers out there, more people knocking on doors, more community meetings over the first few years. So the community will be heard from. We will work with the management zones to engage as fully as possible. We don't want to wind up with a solution that the community hasn't participated in developing.
Thank you so much. That's all I have for now.
Oh, go ahead.
Thanks, Member Yang.
Yeah,
Member Goodall.
Sorry.
Good morning. I just had a couple of comments. I'm kind of following up on what Sean had made mention to the annual progress reports and when problems are identified. How does that process work? And what I'm want to suggest is that we move from outreach to community engagement of the residents. Create a hotline, 24-hour hotline. We don't want to make it where we have the management zones that quote unquote the adversary working with the community. We want to blend that as we go through this process over the next 35 years. That annual report to me is the most important thing. If there are adjustments that needs to be made there at the time, the residents should not have to wait till the end of that year or 5 years. The engagement needs to continue to happen. So the residents are benefiting, but they are also partners in this process because they've been the ones impacted. So there has to be a way where they feel not entitled, they are entitled, but they feel that this work that the management zones are doing is fully to be on their side and to benefit them. That's the purpose of all of this. And so those hot spots and things that come up, that's why I'm talking about the engagement needs to happen. So we don't have to get to a year or 5 years. It could be 6 months. It can, when it's identified, the residents bring it forth, someone needs to be able to respond to make sure it goes forth, because I think all the work we're doing here is for naught if the residents do not fully understand, do not fully participate, do not fully realize that the work that's being done, they are actually benefiting. So when it's said clearly, you have the residents supporting the program that's going forth. Thank
Absolutely. I would add, there are many reporting requirements, and I don't know if we said it quite as explicitly this go around, but there's actually 14 management zones, right? Many of them are managed by, collaboratives that are working across management zones. There's 6 in priority 1. I think there's, again, 7 or 8 in priority 2. So there's quite a lot of these that the board will be considering in the years to come. And we want to, as best as we can, synchronize those 5-year reports so that we can take in the information from this massive, massive area across the state and make sure that all of the management zones are doing their due diligence to satisfy this program's requirements.
Hi, I actually have 2 questions. And this one's kind of a hybrid. It's for the management zone. I just want to give you a heads up of what I'm looking for. I see outreach is included okay, so I want clarification on what is implied by quote unquote community outreach that's not necessarily meetings. Is that social media, or are you talking about mail? That's something the management zones can dive into unless you have like a 2-sentence answer for me. And then my secondary question is, quote unquote, the board's continuing oversight and review of the management zone activities, as well as its general acceptance of public feedback on management zone implementation and required public hearings during the 5 to 10-year reviews will provide ample opportunity for course correction if public feedback indicates that there have been insufficient public meetings to provide meaningful engagement. So if we're evaluating public input every 5 years, we've already lost 4 potential years. So I mean, I understand we have annual board we have an annual report back. So I just want to know, how much weight does board feedback annually mean if it's not a part of the 5-year, overarching plan?
I think part of the answer there is I received direction from the board itself, to make sure that our team is as responsive as possible to any emerging issue within this program. So, the team that Angela and Bob manage have very, very regular updates with the management zone and have regular meetings with stakeholders within those management zones as well. So if there's a concern that arises and it's before that 5-year cycle, you can bet that we'll be trying to resolve it. And if need be, if it's kind of a management zone doesn't want to do it, community is saying it needs to be done, decision needs to be made about compliance with that management zone, we can have that board meeting, have that board update at any interval that suits the weight of that decision. In terms of like what the management zone's outreach looks like, I will say it varies from management zone to management zone. The Modesto management zone team here, I have seen their presentation, so I think they've got a few slides on it with a lot of numbers, a lot of kind of effort documenting all the engagement that they've been doing to get this program off the ground.
All right, thank you. I would ask the board, do you want to take a small break here? Yeah. All right, so I suggest we take a brief break and reconvene in 9 minutes at 10:30. in our meeting. Okay, having heard from staff, we'll now proceed to testimony by panel number one. I would ask that panel number one please come forward to the podium. Are there any panel members, do we know, Ms. Shoup, or anyone else that are going to appear virtually? We do, okay.
Not for us, I think we're,
Okay.
we are all here.
Oh, you are all there. You're hiding behind the monitor there,
I'm
okay.
short, Chair. on this, I'm
All right.
short.
All right,
I guess maybe I will need to stand up so you can see me.
all right. Ms. Dunham, I'm handing the controls over to you.
All right, so I think we do have a presentation. If we can bring that up. And I'll, oh my gosh, is everybody in here tall? I mean, what's the deal? Come on, folks. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and play conductor here. We do have a number of panel members with us to represent the priority one management zones as well as others. My name is Teresa Dunham. I am an attorney at Consroys and Conway and working on behalf of all of the priority one management zones, as well as the Salinity Coalition. We did request designated party status for all of the priority one management zones because it is our understanding that this order today is that template. And therefore, there is an interest of all of the priority one management zones, which is why we are here collectively today. Also helps to show the commonality of the programs and the coordination and cooperation as they're being implemented. I took the oath. I don't think I need to as a lawyer, but I might be putting in facts and evidence. So I went ahead and took the oath just to be conservative. Also with us today. So first of all, with me today, let's see, next, I have the, how do I do this?
I think the up down buttons are left and right.
Oh, on the keyboard.
Yeah.
That's what, okay, thank you. Gosh, see, technology, short jokes, you name it. With me today, I have Maureen Thompson, the Executive Director for the Valley Water Collaborative, Charlotte Scholl with Kauai Water Foundation and the Tule Basin Water Foundation, Deborah Dunn with the Kings Water Alliance. We also have David Corey, who will be speaking on behalf of the Irrigated Lands Coalitions, Ken Miller with Formation Environmental, and JP Catavia with Dairy Cares. Also with us today is Sarah Wolf with the Chowchilla Management Zone, should there be any questions specific to the Chowchilla Management Zone. What I want to talk about today is our program. You know, first of all, thank you to your board staff. They really have been amazing to work with. They work hard, they're collaborative, and we really appreciate the time and effort that they have all put into this program. And in short and summary today, we're going to ask and encourage you to adopt the resolution as it has been revised and presented by the board staff. But today is not the start of our management zone implementation program. It is a continuation of the program we have already been implementing. So to truly understand the comprehensive nature, we want to provide an overview of the extraordinary initiatives that have been underway for some time. You're going to find I use that word extraordinary multiple times in this presentation because in my mind, it truly is in so many different ways. I also want us to be able to demonstrate just how ready we are to undertake all of the milestones and to meet them as they've been presented in the resolution, especially with respect to the drinking water programs and the nitrate reduction program. So we're going to start our presentation outline. I'm going to talk a little bit about the initiatives that we as the Salinity Coalition have been doing collectively with all of the management zones. We're then going to turn it over to our extraordinary leaders of our management zones to talk about their initiatives, answer some of those questions that Member Yang had. I'm going to talk a little bit then of why we find that the order as presented and revised strikes the balance as it currently exists. We're going to finish up with having our irrigated lands program representatives and dairy representatives talk about why we need 35 years in order to implement this program. I'll have a few concluding remarks and then have some rebuttal as necessary. So first of all, we as the Salinity Coalition have been working absolutely collectively with all of the management zones. We meet on an ongoing, coordinated monthly basis. We collectively maintain a comprehensive, coordinated, and interactive website that provides easy access to all of the management zone documents and reports. It has a dashboard, a data management system, and also provides members of the public the ability to use our GIS mapping system to put in their address and find their management zone. We have quarterly newsletters to provide key updates. We have ongoing and host informational webinars. I'm sure we will be having a series of them if this order gets adopted today. And we actually also have state and federal advocacy efforts that the coalition has engaged with some of the best lobbyists at the federal level and the state level to work on these advocacy efforts and to find drinking water funding. I'm going to just page through the next couple of slides, which are just screenshots from our fabulous website that just gives you an idea of the information that is there and available, from, again, being able to find your management zone by putting in your address. The dashboard, which tracks our implementation and outreach activities. We track our outreach and engagement. It tracks how much bottled water is being delivered on a total basis throughout all of the priority 1 and priority 2 management zones, as well as on a management zone basis through a drop-down menu. We also have provide our interim solution metrics and how much water is being provided from fill stations. We are constantly updating and making our dashboard and our metrics and our data better. And so it is an ongoing process where the management zones have collectively invested in data management systems to ensure that we have great data management, and also working with the Central Valley Waterboard. I keep hitting buttons over here in order to also bring in irrigated lands domestic well testing. Just a real quick update on our Salinity Coalition advocacy initiatives. We have been actively in Washington, D.C. Representatives from the coalition have been already back there twice in the last 8 months, looking for appropriations and getting us into the WRDA bills for both salinity and for drinking water. We have been meeting with federal representatives at all levels, at all agencies, to make sure that we can help promote the need for drinking water funding in the Central Valley of California. We have similar state advocacy efforts. We have state legislative days, and we have been working jointly with our environmental justice advocate friends on safer funding, both last year for inclusion in cap and trade negotiations, as well as this year in looking to backfill the $130 million that somehow got changed in cap and trade. We also continue to communicate and work with our environmental justice advocate friends in areas where we can. We do have and had and continue to have multiple meetings to find common areas of agreement. We have worked on joint legislative efforts such as AB 2454. We were able to reach agreement on the language in a way so we could support that legislation. We have continued to have multiple meetings with both them and the regional and state water board staff to talk about short-term and long-term drinking water programs, our efforts to support funding, extensions and backstops, sharing our knowledge for community and resident engagement, and we will continue to have those conversations. So now we're going to get ready and we're going to have a presentation here of that continuation of what else we are doing in the priority 1 management zones with respect to that. So with this, we have been undergoing many initiatives in the development and in the implementation of this program. We're going to talk about all of our initiatives in outreach and our initiatives in education, which are different than the initiatives in outreach. We have our initiatives with the SAFER program and the partnership that we have with the state, our initiatives in interim drinking water, long-term solutions, and our initiatives with the public water systems. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Maureen Thompson with the Valley Water Collaborative, who's going to kick us off and talk about the different initiatives and outreach that all of the priority 1 management zones are currently implementing.
There we go. Hello, everyone. My name is Maureen Thompson. I'm the Executive Director of the Valley Water Collaborative. I've taken the oath. It's such a pleasure to be here today to talk to you more about the work that all of us are doing. I'm really excited to share with you how we've taken initiative to go above and beyond to try to reach every single resident in our communities. Outreach is the cornerstone of our program and our work, and it absolutely drives our success. We realized early on that building a layered, trust-based, and adaptable engagement strategy is the most effective method for encouraging residents to have their well tested. So what's a layered approach? It's getting involved in the community and reaching residents at multiple touch points to build trust. So how did we do this? We focused on, and we continue to focus on, building relationships in the community. So meeting one-on-one with community organizations and leaders. We make sure that we're present in the community. So attending events, hosting workshops, and organizing resource fairs. And then we make sure we have printed materials that are adaptable, so multilingual, and that includes Spanish, Hmong, Punjabi, and any other language we find necessary in that particular area. We also make sure that our materials are easy to understand, and then we make improvements along the way based on what what's working and what's not working. But finally, rather than relying on just one outreach method, we built a diversified approach that again was layered. So it's designed to reach residents repeatedly through trusted channels. Next slide. We all track how residents heard about us in our applications, and then we invest in the strategies that are most effective. It turns out that the most effective strategy in each basin is a little different. So for example, in Kings, it's direct mail. In Tule, it's their outreach event. In Modesto, Turlock, and Kuya, it's word of mouth. And since each management zone is a little different, our outreach, therefore, is also a little different in every management zone. But we know that building relationships and engaging with our community in multiple ways is critical and underlies every part of our outreach. Next slide, please. So how do we engage with the community and work to build trusted relationships? So this is not easy, and it definitely takes time. Building relationships takes time. Each one of these items on the spokes could be its own slide, and some of these we'll talk about in future slide, but I'll mention just a few right now. So our staff are from the community and Spanish speaking. We host dinner and discussion groups. We collaborate with churches and medical centers. We work with libraries to deliver bookmarks about free well testing. We offer a resident referral program. We've canvassed homes. We've been in newspapers, on TV, and on Spanish radio. And we're also part of a 211 resource directory. We've worked really hard to build meaningful connections, and some residents have given us some feedback that they're grateful for the program, saying, all I want to say is thank you so much. Your service has helped our family with clean drinking water. God bless. The communication process has been fantastic. I'm grateful to be receiving the water, especially after finding my well was tested too high in nitrates. I'm so glad a family friend shared VWC's contact and information. And finally, great job. I wish I'd have done this earlier. Again, this emphasizes the importance of building relationships in the community and reaching residents at multiple touch points. Next slide. Meeting with community organizations, agencies, and trusted leaders is another way, and it's critical in building relationships with the community. We've met with hundreds of community organizations between all of us. In some of these meetings, we're giving presentations, and in other meetings, they're one-on-one with the leaders to find ways to partner. All of our meetings are key, again, in building relationships. It's an opportunity for us to let folks know what we're doing with the hope that they then share the information with their community, and then the reach is just that much greater. The picture you see on this slide, it actually looks a little like AI. It's not. That's actually from Kings and their meeting with Fresno State and the Water Institute. And then in the center image, you can see organizations that Valley Water Collaborative has presented to, built partnerships with, or met with one-on-one. And then you can also see on this slide that Kings has built strong partnerships with the County Department of Public Health and Aqua to spread the word. Next slide. Next in our layered approach to outreach is presence. How have we been present in the community? We've participated heavily in food distributions and had a really wonderful opportunity to meet local community members. As a side note, this is something board member Kadara has been a proponent of, and it's been very, very successful. Thank you. Okay, next slide, please. We've also been present in the community by partnering with schools. We've all collaborated with schools in varying ways. We've held art contests for elementary school and middle school students. We've held educational display contests for high school students. That made it into the newspaper. And so that, again, you know, it's reaching multiple people in different ways from maybe one event. By working with the schools, we've also been able to share information with over 30,000 families using the school district communication channel. So this allows management zones to build, again, trusted relationships with families and increase program awareness. Next slide. We've also been present in the community by hosting resource fairs. A few of us have hosted fairs, and Tule Basin has hosted 5. They are a cornerstone of their outreach efforts with hundreds of attendees. They advertise to thousands of families. They have 20 agency partners at the event. They have dancers, face painting, taco trucks, and more. And resource fairs give residents access to valuable local resources and local services. And again, they continue to build trust in our communities. It's fun to look at these photos of dancers and face painting. And at the bottom, you can see a photo of the Tulare County Sheriff's Department teaching people about car seats. So it's a great event for lots of different reasons. A few of the quotes from some of the event, next slide, please. So we also attend hundreds of events in the community and focus on connecting directly with residents where they live, work, and gather. On this slide, there's both a list of some of the events we've attended, as well as images showing others. A few quotes from some of the events show that people are always really grateful for the information and either intend on applying or sharing the information with someone they know on a well. So things we hear are, it's very neat someone is helping in this way. I will let my friend who is on a well know about this, and I would like to sign up. I have a well, I would like to be tested. And folks can sign up there in person with a printed application. They can go to our website and also apply, and they can also call us on the phone and apply. So there's every way that folks can apply for well testing. The application is also in multiple languages. So there's many, it should not be a barrier at all. Next slide, please. Finally, how do we continue to reach residents that actually aren't going to events? And this is where postcards and flyers at local businesses play a critical role in our outreach. So going back to tracking effective strategies, in all of our basins, it's interesting to note, postcards continue to be one of the top reasons people apply. So of course, we're going to continue to do that. The information is showing us that that's working. But so even if people are at events, let's say they're at an event, they see us, they walk by, then they see us in their mailbox. And then they see us at a flyer at the gas station. And then they talk to their neighbor who also received a postcard. The likelihood that they will then apply is even greater if they weren't going to before. So simple messaging and making sure that, again, this is layered, multifaceted, is critical. I want to highlight in this photo, Kauai Water Foundation's Jacob. He's not only present at the events, but he's also the person performing the well test. It's a unique situation and pretty lucky. As an aside, he also does the well sampling for the Groundwater Sustainability Agency for Kauai Foundation. It's really comforting for the residents to see a familiar face, and it goes a really long way in encouraging them to encourage their neighbors to apply. On this page, I also want to note some of our flyers and postcards. There's different languages. Hmong is on here, as well as Spanish on this particular slide. Next slide, please. So where else might you see us? Online, of course. We're on all the social media and social media channels, and we post testimonials. We have blogs and many other online initiatives. Next slide. So educating people about our nitrates is critical, in addition to just spreading the word about well testing. Educating our community is very important, and it's part of all of our outreach activities. So we work really hard to make sure that our outreach materials contain information not just about getting their well tested and how, but also why they should test their well. We deliver information about nitrate at every point in our outreach. It's at all of our tabling events. It's part of our outreach, is also educating the community about nitrate in their groundwater. So some examples of the printed educational materials you can see on the slide: three reasons to test your well. Why is nitrate important? Did you know that boiling water makes nitrate contamination worse? And then finally, what to do when your water is high in nitrate. Next slide, please. We also have online videos and workshops touching on topics such as where does my water come from, understanding your drinking water, nitrate in the groundwater, to name a few. These are all available online and available to watch at any time. So to summarize, in all of our outreach efforts and our educational materials, we've worked really hard to build relationships in the community, to be adaptable, to teach residents about nitrates, to be present in the community, and to reach people where they're at, whether that's at the grocery store, in their mailbox, at a food distribution, at an event, through school email, on the radio, or through their community organizations. It takes time to build relationships and gain trust from the community, and we're enthusiastic about continuing this work in the future. I'd like to now turn it over to Charlotte Schul, who will talk more about the initiatives we've taken with safer and interim drinking water. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Good morning. My name is Charlotte Schul, Program Manager for the Tule Basin Water Foundation and Kauai Water Foundation, and I have taken the oath. Next slide, please. I'll begin today by reviewing our management zone initiatives with SAFER. Under the nitrate control program, the focus of the management zones is obviously nitrate, but the management zones have taken the initiative in our regions to apply for grant funding to implement the safe and affordable funding for equity and resilience, or SAFER, co-contaminant well testing program. Through this initiative, we've been able to reach thousands of residents to offer free well testing and provide safe drinking water alternatives. Each management zone is in a different stage of the SAFER grant implementation, with Valley Water Collaborative and Tule Basin Water Foundation beginning grant implementation in 2022 and 2023, now working on contract extensions, and the Kauai Water Foundation and Kings Water Alliance currently working on executing grant agreements. This Safer Co-Contaminant Well Sampling and Replacement Water Program initiative provides more comprehensive well testing to our residents, and the various additional constituents being tested beyond nitrate, dependent upon management zone, are listed on the bottom right of the screen. While this project has involved significant efforts from the management zones, we believe it has been highly fruitful and worthwhile to the management zones, the State Water Board, and the residents that we serve. Next slide, please. Next, I'll be highlighting the management zone initiatives in interim drinking water. Next slide, please. So you heard Maureen speak about the extensive efforts of our community outreach, and there are also many intricacies to this community outreach. Despite having been doing our community outreach for 5 years, we continue to meet people every week who haven't heard of us or the services we provide. Other times they may have heard of us, and it can often take, like Maureen mentioned, multiple repeat exposures to get them to apply, or a resident may be hesitant for any number of reasons. But whatever the case may be, we work with our applicants in whatever capacity they are comfortable, because we are deeply invested in the success of our program, and we believe successful outreach equals positive outcomes. Our management zones have connected thousands of residents with safe drinking water, and we are using performance data and community feedback to continuously improve effectiveness and expand our reach. Collectively, we are proud to have received over 7,000 applications, tested over 3,000 wells, and delivered bottled water to over 2,000 households. On the screen are maps of these bottled water deliveries for the Modesto, Kings, Kauai, and Tule management zones. Next slide, please. In addition to our free bottled water delivery to eligible residents, there are also 7 existing free drinking water fill stations across the Priority 1 management zones, with several more currently in development. Residents can visit their local fill station 24/7, day or night, completely anonymously, and fill up with an unlimited amount of free, clean drinking water. You can see from these photos that these fill stations are easy to access, easy to use, and a great resource for their communities and nearby communities. Next slide, please. Lastly, I'll be sharing management zone initiatives towards long-term solutions. Next slide, please. We believe long-term solutions start with community input. The management zones have identified preliminary areas to focus long-term solutions efforts, and we've used a science-based approach that prioritized low-income communities, targeted areas with high density of domestic wells, and focused on areas with elevated nitrate concentrations. In Valley Water Collaborative, they've hosted what they've called dinner and discussion, where the management zone mailed postcards to every participant and met with them in their neighborhood to understand their needs, concerns, and preferences. Valley Water Collaborative collected surveys to document this feedback, and you can see those results on the graph on the right. Through this effort, Valley Water Collaborative found that residents most value solutions that are affordable, easy to use, and convenient for their household and communities. Next slide, please. Community engagement is a critical piece of our long-term solutions work, and an initiative taken by Kauai Water Foundation and Tule Basin Water Foundation has been implementing a long-term solutions survey. We have administered the survey to the general public, focusing efforts at outreach events, fill station locations, to existing bottled water recipients, and at drinking water solutions discussions. Tule Basin Water Foundation has been able to solicit 95 survey responses to date, spanning across 12 local communities, and key response themes have been alternative water solutions, education and outreach, and home filtration systems. Kauai Water Foundation has been able to solicit 229 survey responses to date, spanning across 16 local communities, and key response themes have been drinking water solutions, additional program information, and water quality education. We are also using ArcGIS Survey 123 for a deeper data analysis, and we believe this type of community feedback will lead to engaging community discussions and better long-term solutions results. Next slide, please. Successful consolidation projects require coordination across agencies and communities, facilitation to build partnerships and trust, and strategic planning to guide long-term investments. To aid in this difficult task, the Valley Water Collaborative is developing a comprehensive mapping tool, and this map will visually represent key information, including spheres of influence, public water system boundaries, domestic wells, water recipients, and other key information. A sample map to support this strategic planning is shown here, and this map will help Valley Water Collaborative identify opportunities such as identifying potential communities ideally suited for consolidation support, prioritizing outreach and technical assistance, and making data-informed decisions for long-term solutions. This data-driven mapping tool will strengthen collaboration, improve planning, and support sustainable long-term solutions for our communities. Thank you for your time, and now I'll pass it off to Deborah Dunn with the Kings Water Alliance.
Thank you so much, Charlotte. Deborah Dunn with the Kings Water Alliance, the executive officer, and I have taken the oath. And thank you very much for having me today. I'm going to be speaking on the management zone efforts related to initiatives with public water systems, specifically on working to build relationships with those public water systems. Next slide, please. I'm going to start with Cutler Public Utility District. For those of you who are not familiar with Cutler Public Utility District, I'm going to give you a brief community profile. It's located in Tulare County, 5 miles east of Dinuba, about 15 miles north of Visalia, with approximately 6,200 residents, about 1,200 service connections for their water system, and it is considered a disadvantaged community. Cutler PUD currently has 2 compliance orders for 123 TCP as well as nitrates, and a long-term solution of a well and blending tank is anticipated for this community, anticipated to be completed in Q4 of 2026. And in the interim, the Kings Water Alliance is providing short-term and earn-term solutions for this community, including a bottled water program, as well as a fill station that was put in compliant water system of Arosi, something that we will go into a little bit deeper right now. Next slide. So just a brief overview of the work that the Kings Water Alliance has been doing in the Cutler-Orosi area. We've been working on understanding the current, past, and future issues and concerns of the region, and coordinating and participating in various joint and stakeholder meetings in Northern Tulare County. We've met with the regional board, community water center, environmental justice groups, Cutler Public Utility District, Division of Drinking Water, Division of Financial Assistance, as well as key stakeholders in the area, including joint meetings on the Orosi and Cutler consolidation, Tulare County Regionalization Surface Water Project, individual stakeholders of Cutler PUD, Orosi PUD, County of Tulare, Cutler-Orosi Joint Unified School District, Alta Irrigation District, district engineers for both Cutler and Orosi, as well as local consultant groups and environmental justice groups, just to mention a few. So we've been pretty active in the area. Next slide, please. So internally, we've been providing interim solutions for drinking water for residents within Cutler PUD, including bottled water to the most vulnerable populations of Cutler. Those are pregnant women and infants under 6 months of age. To date, with outreach activities for this bottled water program, KWA has provided 700 flyers to the Cutler PUD for distribution, and we've mailed over 1,200 USPS postcards to the community about the bottled water program. Not only have we introduced this bottled water program for the most vulnerable population, we have also been completing some fill station efforts in the area. Working directly with Cutler PUD and Orosi Public Utility District, which is the compliant water system immediately adjacent to Cutler to the north. The KWA was able to identify a location in December of 2025 for a potential fill station at a gas station convenience store with an owner that is very community minded. That fill station was actually ordered in December of 2025 after the agreement was reached, and it was implemented and made available to the public in middle of February 2026. That fill station is available 24/7 to members of the public that can fill up to a 5-gallon container. And I will go into more details on this fill station in the next slide. We've also been pursuing safer funding for Cutler PUD residents as well. And actually in May of 2026, we reached agreement with the state to co-fund the bottled water program for the most vulnerable population and the fill station efforts as well. So a little bit about the Northern Tulare County fill station in Orosi. It was installed at Jack's Gas in the middle of February. If you look at the monthly usage, you will see that we averaged approximately 26 gallons per day when we installed it in February. In March, we jumped to 36 gallons per day. April, we jumped up to 41. And in May, we have actually, it's showing just the partial numbers for May. But in May, we did jump up to averaging 68 gallons per day. Outreach activities to make residents aware of this fill station in English and Spanish. Our outreach efforts included postcards about the fill station sent out to approximately 1,300 residential addresses and PO boxes, as well as press from SJV Water, which published an article about the installation and opening of the fill station. And EJ folks, as well as like Community Water Center, also was able to share our free fill station location on their social media for us. Other ways we're working with public water systems to build trust and relationships is management zones are working on getting additional funding through grant activities, such as this Ripple Effect initiative that I'm going to speak about in the Kings area. Through this initiative, the KWA inventoried water projects, jobs, and training programs across rural Fresno, Kings, and Tulare counties. So the Ripple Effect is designed to inventory public water systems, and some preliminary results on that public water system inventory included nearly half of public water systems that's completed the survey were willing to consolidate with smaller or nearby water systems. 44% of water systems have capital improvement projects. So the KWA plans on looking at these results to determine how they could potentially impact our long-term solutions for nitrate impacted water systems and domestic well users in the future. Other activities related to the Ripple Effect Initiative included identifying and promoting water-focused jobs, connecting training and education programs, as well as closing the knowledge gap in the water sector. Results of these surveys will be coming out in August or September, and we will be sharing that on the KWA website when those are available. Next slide. Additional initiatives with public water systems included the Tule Basin Water Security Project by the Tule Basin Water Foundation. Tulare County contracted with consultants to lead planning and design with the Tule Basin Water Foundation, contributing foundational data for technical analysis and to aid in facilitating outreach, helping to accelerate long-term solutions within its management zone. To date, the project has completed community selection, developed initial design options, identified a preferred design, and conducted initial outreach. The next steps of the project involve expanding outreach to gather community feedback, exploring surface water supply options, and advancing detailed engineering design. Next slide, please. Additionally, the Kauai Water Foundation has been working with the community of Lemon Cove. This is an initial focus area of Kauai Water Foundation, and there are more than 40 households with approximately 112 residents receiving bottled water assistance, while solutions to nitrate contamination are developed. The long-term drinking water solution, the engineering and design for upgrades are nearing completion, while funding approval from the state remains pending. Throughout this, the Kauai Water Foundation continues to provide bottled water support to Lemon Cove. And next slide, please. And also the Kauai Water Foundation has been working with Yokel. In August of 2023, the Yokel Mutual Water Company received a compliance order for nitrate in its only untreated well, which serves approximately 32 households. The Kauai Water Foundation, working with the Mutual Water Company, offered bottled water deliveries to its members, and to date, 25 households with 82 residents are currently enrolled in the program. Yokel was designated an initial focus area community, and Kauai Water Foundation is pursuing long-term drinking water solutions. At this point, an income survey has been completed and submitted to determine whether Yokel qualifies as a disadvantaged community or severely disadvantaged community. So we all continue to work with public water systems, and we'll continue to expand these activities in the future as we continue working through our MZIPs. And at this point, I'd like to pass it back to Tess.
Thank you. Christina, can you give us a quick time check, just so I can know if I need to speed talk?
You have approximately 20 minutes remaining.
Okay, so I will make it very quick then, because I want to make sure our others, they'll go ahead and do a transition while I make just a couple of statements. And so I just think, I mean, obviously, I think you can see that it doesn't matter the minimum number of community engagement requirements you put in our order, we're going to exceed it extraordinarily beyond what is expected, as you can tell by the efforts that have already been underway and continue to move forward with. I just want to give us a quick reminder, what is our vision? Why are we even all here? A reminder that we headed down this path, this nitrate control program, this salinity control program, in order to balance the needs of all, balance the need of drinking water, balance the need of maintaining our valley's lifestyle, and that necessarily includes balancing the need to maintain a viable agricultural economy in the Central Valley, which is critical to the success of all the communities in the Central Valley. I don't need to go over the goals. Angela and Bob already did that, but we just spent a lot of time talking about the safe drinking water goal and what we're doing to implement that. I'm going to talk just a little bit about what we need to do to achieve that salt, or that really here, the nitrate balance is what we're focusing in on today. And David and JP and Ken will continue that forward. Again, my word of the day, extraordinary. This implementation of this program will take extraordinary effort. I think it's important to understand that we are simultaneously implementing all of these program elements. We are implementing the nitrate reductions at the same time we're implementing interim drinking water and long-term solution, long-term aquifer restoration, and record keeping and reporting. That is an extraordinary effort that takes time and effort and a lot of work by some very talented people in order to make this all happen. Just to illustrate how much of a lift this is when we're talking about the nitrate reduction program, we are talking about coordinating with hundreds of dischargers that are participating in the management zones. Just to give you an idea, the smallest management zone, Chowchilla, has 231 participating dischargers as of the most recent, close of the year, going up to the Kings Water Alliance with over 3,000. Now, this does include irrigated ag with individual growers that are then helped along with the irrigated lands coalitions. But that doesn't dispute the fact that that means touching and dealing with and communicating with thousands upon thousands of dischargers about this program. And just to give you an idea by the sector, we've summarized them across the priority one management zones. There are almost 7,000 irrigated land grower participants within the priority one management zones, 700 dairies, 175 bovine facilities, 156 individual non-chapter 15 permit holders, which includes very small POTWs, wastewater treatment plants, as well as 136 poultry facilities. This program is extraordinary. And, we've all heard the phrase herding cats before. Have you heard the phrase herding feral cats before? Because of that, it is absolutely necessary that this program have milestones that are reasonably paced in order to ensure the program's success. We believe the revised tenant order achieves that balance. And you always have the ability to reassess those every 5 years. Or as Patrick said earlier, if there's a problem, they're not going to wait 5 years. Trust me, I've been hauled to the principal's office before, people. It's not fun. But I also think it's important that you're going to hear from people today and be asked to truncate those timelines. And we're asking you not to do so. We think that trying to truncate these timelines that are already going to be extraordinarily difficult to meet actually puts the program in jeopardy because it just is such a heavy lift. The more that's done up front, the harder it is to move the program and make sure that it is a successful program. I'm going to flip through these. We provided in your packet. These are just examples of what goes on in the first 5 years, all that we will be doing in the first 5 years. By the way, the first 5 years is on 2 slides. It didn't fit onto one. And then you go into year 10, and that's the next 5 years. And it too is on 2 slides. And that just the program keeps building upon building on each thing. Again, you can look at these later, but this is not an easy program. It is, I don't know of any other in the nation that is going to be asking so much of so many people to implement at one point in time. And then years 11 through 20, 21 through 35. I mean, it just keeps going. It is a huge program. And last thing before we transition to the others, I just want to say, the success of this program ultimately comes down to those participating dischargers within the management zone. If there are no participating dischargers, there is no management zone program. If there is no management zone program, there is no drinking water program because the two are tied together. And really what ties those together are the exceptions that are being granted. Once a discharger meets the exception, they no longer have that obligation. If we all meet it in 10 years, woohoo! But you know what? There's no drinking water program. That goes away. So we just want to make sure you understand the nexus between the need to have reasonable timeframes, being able to have a program that is reasonable and implementable while still being aggressive and pushing us totally outside our comfort zone, but understanding why the time frame, the length of time, and the 35 years is instrumental and necessary. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Corey.
All right, let's see, is this on? Excellent. David Corey, on behalf of Irrigated Agriculture, I have taken the oath. I'll try and be brief on this and try and make up a little bit of time, but I agree with Tess on the importance of having achievable timelines in this process. It's an enormous effort that we're undertaking. I do want to highlight, you can switch sides, highlight a little bit some of the goals that we have, and specifically the goal of maintaining viable agriculture in the Valley. I think, as all of you know, agriculture is the backbone of the economy of the Central Valley, and especially for the disadvantaged communities that we're really striving to protect and work for. So I think the importance of maintaining that viable agriculture is essential to maintain this program. Also, you need to keep in mind, as Tess just pointed out, agriculture is the principal funder of all these drinking water programs. If we can't maintain viable agriculture, we can't fund those programs that are providing all of the drinking water needs in the communities. The last issue I think that's important to keep in mind is that if we don't maintain viable agriculture in the Valley and we continue to consume all of the commodities that are grown in the Valley, whether it's citrus or lettuce or cotton for that matter, or dairy products, we haven't achieved true environmental justice. We've just exported those challenges outside of the borders of California. So we owe it to really try and figure out how to get this right in a way that we can produce the crops and meet those water quality goals. One thing you guys all have seen me on CV Salts. I spend a lot of time in CV Salts, but I have another hat that I wear. I'm also a farmer. You can switch slides. I'm also a farmer. We've farmed in the Central Valley. My grandfather started there in the early 1940s. My son is out there working tractor right now, trying to make up for the wet spring. He's probably mad I'm not there with him right now. But I want to talk to you a little bit about from a farmer's perspective. We can't control all the factors that impact our yields. We look at this from the preseason. We figure out what do we expect our average yields might be. We make nitrogen application decisions, and then the world happens, right? We apply that nitrogen, and things happen that are beyond our control, whether it's weather or pests, those sorts of things. And by weather, we could have drought, we could have floods, we could have winds, we could have hail. All of those things impact our yields, ultimately impacting the removal of nitrate from the aquifer and ultimately impacting our profitability. You can switch slides. I want to give you an example of this, which is really near and dear to my heart. This is actually 10 years of data from my farm. And what it shows is the variability in, this is a cotton fields in our farm, the variability in yields, and this is equated in removal rates. But as you see, there's significant variability from year to year in our yields. I'll point out a couple of years in 2022, that was toward the end of a sustained drought. That year, in retrospect, we can tell we lost moisture in some of that and had some damage associated with that and didn't get the yields we wanted to have. 2024, incredibly hot year, all of us experienced in the Central Valley. That heat stress of sustained 100+ temperatures impacted our yields in ways that we didn't understand was going to happen at the time. And the yields were significantly reduced. 2025, last year, is the best year I can remember for cotton crops. I don't know why, right? I mean, I'd like that to be every year, and we're working to do that as we move forward to try and increase our yields and increase the removal rate. But frankly, that, it just happened. We can switch. I'm not alone in this. It's not just cotton. It's not just my farm. This is a slide that basically shows the spread between for different crops, and basically shows that there's variability amongst all crops and all growers in the Central Valley. You can switch slides. Okay, so what's our path forward? Where do we go from here? It's important to know we're already on the path. As Tess said, we're implementing this program as we speak. We're already educating growers through the Irrigated Lands Program. They're getting their INFP summary reports. They're getting reports back in terms of how they're doing related to everyone else. So they're starting to understand that they need to manage their nitrate application rates. But we do understand from working with agronomists that we don't have a full vision of how we get to the end of not causing or contributing. We know the path forward. We know we need to work on nitrogen use efficiency at the grower level, but we also need to develop the long-term solutions to figure out how we can achieve that ultimate goal of not causing or contributing. That is a little bit of elusive. We also need to spend some time, and that's going to take time to develop that. But we also need to take some time to continue to educate our growers and get them to implement the management practices that will bring their nitrogen use efficiency, better nitrogen use efficiency. That's a challenge. especially given the fact that we farm on annual crop years, right? So we only really have 1 year to take a shot at this and see how it works. We could try things 1 year, the next year we have to try it again. If it doesn't work, the magnitude of the harm to the grower is enormous, right? I mean, if you make you could lose the farm literally by making poor decisions in 1 year. So we're going to cautiously implement this to maintain that viability of our individual farms and ultimately the viability of agriculture in general. So with that, I think I can pass it on to Ken for a more global view.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Ken Miller. I'm a soil scientist and agronomist with Formation Environmental, and I have taken the oath. I just briefly want to present some of the agronomic and hydrologic constraints that are sort of making it difficult for irrigated agriculture to achieve groundwater protection, and really just sort of building on what David had just described. So I'm going to talk about two things. One is nitrogen and the other is water, the two key ingredients we're talking about here. So when we talk about nitrogen, there are constraints on efficiency. Every grower in the world struggles to achieve high efficiencies, and 100% efficiency is not possible. And so there is currently a pretty wide gap between what we see on the ground in the Central Valley and what sort of our existing theoretical goals, what we understand to be sort of the best of the best with today's practices and technology and crops. And so for a statistic, there's about a third of parcels that are able to achieve these theoretical ideals on a routine basis. And that goes down to about a quarter of growers if you exclude almonds. So a relatively small fraction, and certainly a focus of our efforts now is to close that gap. But more importantly, there likely still is a gap between what is theoretically possible and what is actually protective of water quality. And that's something that we want to stress with these slides. The other factor is an evolving regional hydrology. And so water is key to all of this, of course. And so we understand that we have a variable and changing climate here in the Central Valley. We have the implementation of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which is having an involvement of an evolving water management regime within our area. And we do our best to incorporate these changes as they're happening in real time into our assessment frameworks and our models. And recharge is very important because it dictates how much nitrate leaching can occur while being protective. If there's more recharge, there could be more leaching. If there's less recharge, there needs to be less leaching of nitrate to be protective. Next slide. So this just shows the recharge depiction, sort of our evolving understanding, if you will. This is presenting modeling output from the Department of Water Resources groundwater model. We use this in our assessment frameworks. There's two maps there. On the left-hand side, we're showing the first version of the model that we use to set initial groundwater protection targets. And on the right side, we're showing the updated model that was released back in 2025. And the point we're trying to show here is how much less recharge is currently being understood to be occurring on the landscape as we sharpen focus and incorporate sigma and other factors. So all the yellow areas are more recharge, all the blue areas are less recharge. So when you look from before to after, there's much less, right? And so this information is summarized in the table there. You can see across all the priority 1 subbasins, considerably less recharge is modeled to be occurring. And so as that recharge volume goes down, with the same amount of mass, the concentration would increase. So that's the fundamental challenge and a constraint that growers are trying to operate within. If you go to the next slide. So this is just trying to show how far would improving nitrogen use efficiency get irrigated agriculture. And so this is sort of comparing, or this is looking at updated preliminary groundwater protection targets, which include those revised recharge numbers. They are preliminary. We're still finalizing these numbers, but we can still make the point that if you look at the graph on the left-hand side, about 17% of townships across the P1 management zones are achieving these targets, whereas 83% are not. If we were to assume that all acres were routinely achieving these theoretical best of the best ideal efficiencies, that only moves us up to about a quarter of those townships. And so the point here is that there is a gap, and certainly we can work to close this gap, but we need time. And the path forward, as David already described, is the way to get there, but we need the time to do it. So
5 minutes.
Can we just subtract from our rebuttal time for JP? It's pretty important that he's able to have, I know his timed at 10 minutes, so if we could just subtract from our rebuttal time.
Yeah. We'll,
Great. Hi, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm JP Cataviella and I've taken the oath. I'm the Regulatory Affairs Director for Dairy Cares, a statewide coalition of dairy producer and processor organizations representing California's dairy industry. I've been in my current position for 25 years and hope to briefly walk you through some of the things we've learned about water quality protection in dairies and what we need to do to meet the objectives of this program. Next slide, please. Meeting water quality objectives on dairies that is not causing or contributing to exceedances of the nitrate standard will require significantly reducing losses of nitrogen below the root zone in our dairy forage fields. On dairies, about 94% of the current loading of nitrogen to groundwater occurs on our croplands. Improving our nitrogen use efficiency faces some of the same general challenges you just heard about from the Irrigated Lands Program representatives. However, improving dairy nitrogen use efficiency faces additional challenges related to the characteristics of the specific crops we grow, heavier reliance on manure compared to synthetic fertilizers, differences in the way we irrigate, and the fact that many dairies have manure that is surplus to the needs of their crop growing. I will discuss each of these a little bit more. Next slide. Let's start with talking about our dairy crops. Dairy crops have relatively high nitrogen demand. Most Central Valley dairy cropland is used to grow forage crops for feeding cows. These crops are typically harvested with high moisture and then ensiled. This type of high moisture feed is heavy and cannot be economically transported long distances, so it must be grown near the dairies. Silage is an important dairy feedstuff, making up approximately 25 to 30% of the cow's diet. Most Central Valley dairies double crop. That's typically corn in summer and wheat or triticale in the winter. That can vary. And though yields vary, a typical corn triticale rotation can yield about 50 tons per acre over the course of a year, removing about 440 pounds of nitrogen. So the applied end needs to be higher than that to cover the root and lower stem biomass and natural inefficiencies. So if we're targeting the current 70% efficiency that's in the current regulatory standard, one would need to apply about 629 pounds of per acre of nitrogen, losing about 189 pounds per acre. Now, not all of that N is lost immediately. Some is stored as residual nitrate in the soil or reserved as organic N. Some denitrification occurs, meaning it changes to harmless nitrogen gas. Some of it ends up residing in root tissue. However, the losses below the root zone are likely enough to exceed water quality objectives for nitrogen or contribute significantly to exceedances. And that doesn't take into account previous accumulation in the aquifer from the dairy or other sources, and the likelihood that many dairies are not meeting the 70% efficiency target that's set in regulation. In fact, a 2017 report from Thomas Harder suggested that our efficiency ratio is probably closer to 59%, or about a 1.7 A over R ratio. Next slide. So how much improvement do we need to make? Well, to know that, we need significantly more data than we have today to model the actual levels of reductions in nitrate leaching needed to cease causing or contributing to exceedances. Some of the needed data is already collected in the current Waterboard annual reporting system. However, improvements are needed. We need additional, more specific data to better evaluate the cropping and irrigation that's going on in the dairies. We need to collect that data in a way that facilitates large-scale spatial and temporal analysis and modeling. And we need to calibrate existing models used by the ILRPs to optimize them for use and analysis of dairies. Under the oversight and in cooperation with your Waterboard, CVDRMP, the Dairy Monitoring Coalition, is building a data management system that will help evaluate the baseline of the industry's performance, monitor trends, and ultimately help us in setting performance milestones and targets. The ultimate outcome of this, which will likely take several years, is a better understanding of where we need to go and the rate of progress we need to get there, at which time we can further evaluate the 35-year timeline. Next slide, please. Now, while we don't know yet exactly how much improvement will be needed to set the goal, we have a pretty good picture of what some of the improvements will look like. First, we must address the high variability in different types of liquid and solid manure in terms of its nutrient content. There is high variability, we know that, but we do not have effective testing protocols in the field to understand what we're applying. So we need more precise real-time measurement of manure applications, including tools to evaluate how much nitrogen is plant available and how much is going to be released in the organic form. And then that has to be combined with rapid water quality assessments that are immediately translatable to irrigation and nutrient application recommendations. Many dairies have manure surplus to their needs. Addressing surplus manure can be done through tools like denitrification, expanded exports of manure or compost or other manure-based products. However, we are very early in understanding the markets and incentives that will be needed to achieve large-scale exports. Export of manure to other farms may be challenging because those farms are also facing nitrogen controls. We've begun deploying improved manure management technologies. We can point to 37 projects totaling $43.6 million that have been funded, and more are coming. These improve water quality while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. They include things like vermifiltration, which is using worm beds and wood chips to denitrify manure. And then there's other technologies like advanced manure, liquid solid separation, and weeping walls, which capture surplus manure nitrogen to facilitate its export to other farms. However, these are early in development, and the deployment to 37 projects compared to the 950 dairies we have in the Central Valley. At a cost of millions of dollars per dairy and incentive funds limited, it will take time for wider deployment. It's also too early to say which of these innovative technologies will truly stand the test of time. There are other innovations and interventions we can pursue, such as tighter management of the cow diet to reduce the total N that's excreted in manure as much as possible. We can also process and stabilize manure before its application to make its use more predictable and similar to synthetic fertilizer. We also could pursue different changes in cropping, such as trying different forages or breeding our forages to improve their characteristics for nitrogen uptake efficiency and scavenging N. Next slide, please. Another big area with potential to improve performance is irrigation. Most dairies use flood irrigation, which is better suited to manure fertigation than other more efficient sprinkler or subsurface drip or micro sprinkler systems. Those tend to be hindered by manure clogging the system. You can do work to filter that out, and some of that has been done. In fact, about 38 dairies are implementing improved irrigation systems on about 5,500 acres. To expand that to our entire forage base would cost probably $1 billion and an estimated $1.2 to $2 million per dairy. And again, funding is limited. Other types of improvement in surface irrigation are also possible, but with each of those comes a checklist of additional education, outreach, and research that must be completed before they can be recommended. So to sum up, the next slide, dairies face all the challenges of ILRPs and then some. We are making some improvements in our water quality performance. I'd like to point specifically to, we've lined 180 lagoons out of our 950 dairies, thanks to the incentives in the anaerobic digester program that's helped us out. And we're starting with other innovations that, but the adoption rate remains relatively low and funding is limited. Reaching the ambitious goals of this MZIP will require an all of the above approach to improve manure management, irrigation, and other aspects of dairies. We need significant time to better understand the current baseline and rate of progress. We also need time to continue research, deliver findings through outreach and education, and develop funding, financing, and capital investment strategies for effective solutions. The evidence we see today suggests we need the 35 years to get all of the way to the goal of not causing or contributing exceedances. But that does not mean we need to wait 35 years for improvement. Significant progress has already been made, and we believe steady improvements can be made throughout the 35-year timeline. Thank you, and I'll pass it back to Tess.
Just very quickly to sum up, I'm sorry.
10 minutes remaining in rebuttal.
Perfect. Actually, just want to thank you all, and we encourage you to adopt the revised order as it currently is, and we are available for questions.
Thank you very much to all the presenters, all the panelists. Thank you. Take questions from my colleagues. Yes, Member Yang.
Well, I mean, I'm really happy to hear all the things that I heard of this presentation. It's very thorough. Just very pleased with all the information, and just want to say thank you first and foremost for all the things that has been done from the whole vision of restoring and the outreach program that I have heard earlier. That was very phenomenal. From outreach through social media to in person, individually, and as a group, and attending events and so forth. I mean, that's very detailing in terms of the way of the team doing outreach, and that it's all resolved into building relationship that leads into trust in the process of working together with our residents in partnering. So, I mean, job well done, seriously. I mean, just a little tiny note on that, because I try to look for things that I could put in for improvement, and don't take that as a, criticism, because you guys had done such a fabulous job. The one thing I wanted to know is that, the residents that we survey are giving us feedback, and we approach as well. I want to know their ethnicities, right? Because we are providing different languages, and that as mentioned it earlier, but I just want to know who are actually live in those areas, right? So for example, let's identify what are those groups of people, right?
Are you asking us if we do ask for ethnicity when we do our surveys?
Yeah.
I don't know that we do. We do not.
And that purpose is just to make sure that, because there's other ethnic groups out there, let's just say specifically in the Asian community, right? I know that I heard Hmong, which is great, thank you. But there's also other ones like, Vietnamese, Chinese, Laos, Mien, and so forth, Cambodian. I just wanted to see if we get that survey so that we can identify, hey, how many other languages it is needed for us to translate to, or we could, let's just say in this area, maybe we don't have, Hmong people live here. We don't have to put that effort into it going in the future, so forth, right? So just kind of deep dive in a little bit in that communication.
I do believe they consider demographics when they are preparing materials, right?
Okay.
Understanding their individual management zone areas and the demographics within it, but great suggestion. And I'm sure they will keep that in mind.
Yeah. And again, there's so many things that was present and just really phenomenal work. The one thing that I want to highlight that I heard that to me above all, it's the highlight of it, meaning that, this whole thing is 35 years, which is a very long time, but knowing that we're going to make improvement, every step of the way, and we don't have to wait till 35 years to make that improvement or the improvement. And that is, music to my ears, and it warms my heart. So I cannot wait to continue getting feedback as far as, what we improve on in this process annually, the interval of 5 years, 10 years, and so forth, right? So just want to say thank you. I appreciate you very much so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Yang. Any other board member comments or questions for this panel?
Yeah, I'd just like to weigh in quickly here. I mean, I think recognizing what David said, how important the Central Valley is an ag economy and it has to remain an ag economy. Going through some of the math that Ken presented is a little daunting, how far we are away from achieving kind of these mass balance equations that we'd like to achieve. So that's a little daunting, but seems to support the need for an extended timeline with opportunities for gradual improvement, obviously. I'm not going to go into a lot of detailed questions, but some of the challenges you guys threw out related to funding. You didn't bring up, JP, the general order that's on the horizon that could impact the dairies in particular. So it's a very complicated order, obviously, and appreciate the management zone's attempts to comply. Tess, I'm a little curious, how many dischargers are not part of the management zones currently? Do you know?
I think that would be a question for Bob and Angela because
Okay.
they're the ones who deal with who's gone what we call path A. So
Okay.
they would have that information.
Okay.
We only know those that have joined us.
Yeah, all right, good. And I don't need that answer right now. So thank you. Really good job presenting. Thank you all.
I have a question for JP. Okay, so almost 100,000 jobs contribute to the San Joaquin economy. So dairies, you play a massive role. And I really appreciate the intel you gave us about the manure recycling and innovation products force. I'm a little curious as to just timeline wise, do you have a favorite innovative solution? When you mentioned tinkering with the manure before it goes over the crops, are you talking about reverse ionization? I'm just a little curious.
There is some interest on the research side in can we stabilize this manure so that we can get rid of some of that variability and have it become more predictable at the time of application so you know how much is going to be plant available right away. The exact method, no, I think it's too early for us to have a favorite. One thing that I said, and I'll just say it again here, is we think to get to the goal, we have to do a lot of things and we have to do them concurrently. So that research should go on, but we should also be implementing some of these innovative projects to try them out and see if they pass the test of time. And we think there's improvements in irrigation that can be made, and all of those things will have to be done. And not one of them is going to be a silver bullet. It's going to be, oh, it's all fixed. It'll be stacked together. We should see some improvement.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes, Member
Yeah,
Gadar.
I just wanted to mention that I appreciate the comprehensive well testing beyond the nitrates, arsenic, 1, 2, 3, TCP, and the others, because contamination is contamination wherever it might be. So using this opportunity to test the wells for the other contaminants, I think is good. And I heard mention of the costs associated with all of this and the fact that over time, we're still dealing with removing nitrates. We haven't gotten to the levels that we want. But I think the program that has been presented is an opportunity for the discharges to do due diligence to help in improving the situation and create a balance for the residents. So, I mean, we're here today to get to this point, and I think it's an appropriate place to be. But the timelines and all of that, I think, are still critically important. And wherever we can make the adjustments along the way, our residents need to know that the work that's being done is going to help increase and improve the water quality. So thank you for your presentations today.
All right, thank you all. Seeing that we're nearing the 12 o'clock hour, I think I'd like to call a recess for lunch. Is everybody amenable to maybe 30 minutes, 40
It
minutes?
would probably have to be until 1. The lunch will be picked up right around noon. And so it'll come back here at around 12:10.
It's 11:46.
Well, I think the Environmental Justice Coalition, I'm sure, has their presentation to make. I'd hate to dive into it. You want to, okay, let's do a 5-minute break and reconvene at 11:55. That's 7 minutes. All right, I'd ask that people take their seats. I'd like to reconvene. Please.
Patrick say we're just gonna get lunch till noon?
All right, I'd like to make the most of our time, so I'd like to continue now on to the testimony to be provided by panel number 2. I'd ask the Environmental Justice Coalition come forward. Are there any panel members that are online? Yes, okay. IT, can we unmute? Okay. Do we have Mr. Prado and Maricela? Okay, please unmute them. Okay. Anyone else in your panel? Okay. All right, please proceed. Is she online or here in person? Corinne Gibson?
Yes, I'm here online.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Okay, please proceed.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Abbas and board members. My name is Kaya Rivers, and I'm a senior policy advocate at Community Water Center. I'm also joined by Jennifer Clary with Clean Water Action, Corinne Gibson with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and also AGWA members that traveled here today from Tulare County and also virtually to speak on how the exception policy as written fails to protect their families and communities from nitrate contamination. Later today, you'll hear directly from community partners about their day in and day out with nitrate contamination and what they need from this exception. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. These are our presenters for today. Thank you. We've heard from regional board staff and how they downplay the impacts of nitrate contamination. However, we're here today because nitrate contamination is a very serious problem that is disproportionately impacting communities of color, leaving communities without access to safe drinking water. And this policy is supposed to lead to solutions. We understand that today's water quality objective for nitrate is based on the dose to cause blue baby syndrome. However, Alex Roca and Sierra Lay have written a literature review which highlights recent studies that show that exposure to nitrate in drinking water is related to chronic impacts, even for adults, such as thyroid disease, cancers, and birth complications. We're here today to solve the problem and ensure the regional board has our feedback to make the necessary revisions to the exception policy to protect drinking water. Next slide, please. So today we'll begin our presentation discussing the board's commitments to human right to water and racial equity. And then we'll discuss our proposed revisions to the long-term drinking water solution provisions, compliance, restoration, and then we'll hear directly from impacted community partners themselves. Next slide, please. The board has committed their work to prioritize safe drinking water for communities of color, and the board bears this responsibility to prevent continuation of further harm to these impacted communities. These commitments were made because for decades we've ignored communities of color drinking water, and now is the time to do something about this. As it stands, the exception policy won't uphold these commitments, and the board must ensure that these commitments show up in your decision-making today. Next slide, please. Many of our comments are similar to the feedback that we shared previously at the MZIP workshop 2 years ago, and also last year at the State Waterboard CV salts item. And it seems like we're at the same place in this process. We focus on some of these main revisions that you see on the slide today, However, we have many critical revisions that aren't discussed today, but are discussed in great detail in our submitted comment letter. But as a whole, the exception policy needs a lot more work. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So we would like to start with our main proposed revisions for the long-term drinking water solutions, starting with funding. The exception policy states that the management zone shall provide status updates on the identification and development of potential TA and funding for consolidation and centralized treatment projects to the extent that such funding and assistance is available. Nowhere in the exception states that the management zone must bear the cost if public funding isn't available to fund solutions. And this clause ultimately allows dischargers to refuse solutions if public funding isn't available, ultimately going against the overall goals of the program to support long-term drinking water solutions. Furthermore, the regional board requires the management zone to support operations and maintenance support for just 5 years, while greenlighting some dischargers to continue to pollute for another 35. Operations and maintenance costs should be supported for the length of the exception, and dischargers bear this responsibility as long as they continue to pollute. Lastly, the exception does not include a milestone for when the management zone should aim to have long-term solutions completed. For example, the milestone for centralized consolidation solutions simply ends in outreach after 12 years. We urge that the regional board develops a milestone for when the improvements to public water systems should be made and when consolidation should be completed. We understand that these are really big projects and they take time and coordination with stakeholders. However, a milestone that needs to exist for completion. Next slide, please. These proposed edits are to ensure that this program gets solutions to communities. And the State Water Board has that experience to get long-term solutions to communities. We want to make sure that happens. Because of that, we appreciate that the regional board has considered our request to include a provision which allows the management zone to contribute funding to the State Water Board in lieu of complying with long-term solution provisions. However, we urge the regional board to include this in the current version of the exception due to the State Water Board's great expertise in completing this work. Let's not delay solutions for communities any further. I'll pass it over to my colleague, Corinne.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I would like to thank you all for your flexibility in allowing remote attendance and for the opportunity to present today. If we could go to the next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to be presenting on compliance revisions for the nitrogen reduction program. First, I'll start by saying that we believe all of our goals are similar. We want an effective nitrate management program that ensures all residents have access to safe drinking water in as short a time as practicable, while avoiding the need for additional administrative or judicial processes and corresponding lengthy delays. The role of the management zone is to accelerate solutions. Although the management zone is providing alternative drinking water, as we have seen, not every resident can or will take advantage of these interim supplies, which is where restoration and compliance come in. We need to stop causing the problem, and then we need to fix the problem. As Board Member Firestone identified at last October's State Water Board meeting, we cannot bottled water our way out of this. So, management zones must establish quantifiable milestones and schedules for compliance and include enforceable and quantifiable interim deadlines. Our recommendations are largely consistent with those we provided at last October's State Board meeting, wherein Board Chair Esquivel and Board Member Firestone noted that our recommendations are reasonable. And this is certainly what we are aiming for. We recognize that immediate compliance may not be possible for all discharges and categories of discharges, but time schedules must be justified with evidence in the record and as short as practicable. At the end of the time schedules, the board must ensure compliance with water quality objectives. The draft exception falls short of these basic requirements. Next slide, please. So to correct these problems, we are asking for final compliance that is individualized and as short as practicable. Township compliance is an appropriate interim goal, but it should not be the final compliance goal of the nitrate reduction program. Township level compliance allows for continued exceedances. It does not ensure or equal individual compliance, and it creates a collective action problem where bad actors are rewarded for the actions of dischargers who are actively trying and succeeding at reducing their discharges. The recently released Groundwater Protection Formula, Values, and Targets Framework peer review report supports these concerns. For example, Dr. Kaseka noted that achieving targets does not ensure compliance with water quality objectives, even if it improves the probability of compliance. Further, Dr. Lund noted that although the proposed methods and data might work adequately on average, working with averages on this scale will likely result in field exceedances of nitrogen standards in some wells within some township areas. He then noted, would all cars be considered to comply with the speed limit if the average car complies? Accordingly, an individual metric in the form of a nitrate discharge or application limit is required in order to ensure that discharges are no longer causing or contributing to pollution or nuisance at the end of the exception. This individual compliance metric is required to eliminate the possibility of hotspots that may occur as a result of one high discharge operation within a township, You're also asking for township compliance milestones to be accelerated, with 95 to 98% of townships meeting groundwater protection targets within 10 years, recognizing that 100% may not be possible, as a few high discharge operations may result in continued exceedances at the township level. Thank you again for your time and consideration. I will now pass it to my colleague, Jennifer.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Gosh, this is so crazy. I cannot see any of you. I'm used to being short, but between your monitor and mine, I just can't. Okay, I'll do this.
Yeah, feel free to move it around.
Yeah.
Or go.
I'd like to, can I? Got it.
That's one way to do it. Okay.
I don't think I broke anything. So I'm sorry. So I'm so used to being short and having to look over these tall counters that I've gotten pretty belligerent about it. So my apologies. So I have really easy. I only have one slide. Next slide, please. And I want to apologize at the start. Patrick, I should have provided you with language, but I only got the red line version on Friday, right before this was due. And I've been a little under the weather, so trying to catch up with work, I'm behind. But I'm going to ask you to make some specific changes. First of all, thank you very much for including restoration language in the revised order. It's really important to us because one reason why we did this is because the problem kept getting worse and we couldn't keep up with it. And we needed to figure out a way to stop the bleeding. So looking at, I think it's 47 or 48. I think it's 48. Item E, in the first 5 years, when they're asking for pilot projects, just thinking about what the peer reviewer said. I love that report. I don't know if you've read it, but basically they were talking about the need for practical studies to confirm models. And so when you're asking for 2 pilot projects, so your language says at least 2 in-field pilot projects or desktop modeling studies. I'm suggesting that you change the language to say at least 2 pilot projects, at least one of which is in-field and one of which may be a desktop or modeling study. That way we can be sure we're not doing everything on a computer. Not that I have anything against computers. F would be the 10-year report. And I'm suggesting, and great language, I appreciate it. I'm suggesting that at least one new pilot or demonstration project be proposed as part of this report. And I'm suggesting a sentence before the final sentence. So that says at least one new pilot or demonstration project must be proposed as part of the second restoration efforts report. Within 15 years is probably the most problematic for me because the suggestion is that we need to present a preliminary plan for implementation of long-term restoration or a plan to submit a proposal for de-designation. First of all, with all due respect for the great efforts that the management zones are doing, they've reached what, between 25 and 30% of potentially impacted wells within the first 6 years of this program. So the idea that we're going to be able to legally de-designate some of these aquifers is kind of wishful thinking. So we should actually be thinking about long-term restoration, and also remember that under the BPA, long-term restoration is 50 years, not 35. So why we would make decisions at year 15, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I'm suggesting that we have a preliminary plan for restoration efforts, but we just delete bullet 2, the last sentence of this section, and then that we add 2 more bullets. One would be a G, which would be something like every 5 years or until nitrogen balance is achieved, submit updated restoration efforts report. So my suggestion is that you tie restoration to achieving nitrogen balance, because achieving nitrogen balance is going to give us a lot of information about how long and how tough restoration is going to be. And making decisions in advance of that seems premature. And then the next bullet would be, H would be at 35 years or when nitrogen balance is achieved, whichever comes first, submit a final plan for long-term managed groundwater restoration or de-designation. So those would be specific changes I'm proposing. And I will turn it over to our community partners now. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Now I would like to pass it over to Robert Porter to speak to the board. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robert Porter. Hello, my name is Robert Porter. I'm from the city of Visalia, Tulare County. I have taken the oath. Growing up in the 70s and 80s, I would go visit family members. They were my grandmother's brothers and sisters, and they live in the outskirts of Seville, Sultana, Dinuba, Orosi. And I remember in summertime, we could play out the water hose, we'd get wet, have fun, but we could never drink the water. Still to this day, we still can't drink the water there because of the nitrates. Back then, it was just something they lived with. They couldn't drink the water. They couldn't boil it. They had already known that. And for these, there needs to be a solution. There is a solution. And I've heard the other panels that were talking, they have some stuff that they got in their mind that they could get figured out. As somebody who knows of other people that, they live on a ranch and their well is not even in service. Prior to it, when it was in service, it was tested and it was contaminated. So even if it was in service now, they still couldn't use it. And I just hope that this is a problem that needs to be seriously considered, and that's why we're here. And let's just all take account of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. I'd like to introduce Maria Luisa Munoz.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos o buenos días. Mi nombre es María Luisa Muñoz y yo estoy de la comunidad de Visalia. También soy parte de la coalición de agua.
Good morning. My name is Maria Luisa Muñoz. I am from the Visalia community and I am also part of the Water Coalition.
Y me preocupa la calidad del agua porque mi salud, la de mi hija aquí presente y la comunidad en general de Visalia y de todos sus alrededores, la salud se está deteriorando día a día a causa de los nitratos.
And I am concerned about the quality of our water for myself, for my daughter, as well as for all the members of our community. We can see that day after day, our health are becoming poorer due to the quantity of nitrates.
El vivir con agua potable y segura me ha impactado porque tengo que pagar doble, ya que tengo que pagar un servicio de agua y también comprar botellas de agua, porque yo no tomo agua de pozo, lo tanto tengo que comprarlas. No se me proveen. Por lo tanto, pido que el plazo que se está poniendo sea implementado en poco tiempo.
Living with safe drinking water has had an impact in my life because I have to pay double for it. I am paying for the water service as well as for bottled water, since I don't have access to a drinking water well and I don't get free water bottles. So I am requesting for the program to be implemented in a timely manner.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria Luisa. I'd like to pass it over to Lisa Munoz now.
Hello, my name is Lisa Munoz Guzman, and I live in the community of Visalia. And my concern with is about the water quality, and I'm also part of the water coalition and about the water quality is of my health, especially my medical condition, and living with unsafe drinking water. And how has it impacted me is that I'm worried that it may impact my medical condition. And I'm hoping that we may have safe drinking water, not just for me, but for my colleagues and for those who have the same medical condition as me. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. I'd like to pass it to Esteban Curiel.
Mi nombre es Esteban Curiel, yo vengo de Goodville, y soy miembro de la Coalición del Agua y también quiero poner mi cuestión muy breve.
Hello, my name is Esteban Curiel. I am from Woodville and I am also a member of the Water Coalition, and I would like to address you very briefly.
Lo que he estado oyendo de todo esto es de que había un tiempo para que nos resolvieran lo del agua y a hoy lo quieren alargar más. Esto para mí viene siendo como si yo tengo cáncer y me dicen que me van a dar tratamiento en un mes. Ya va llegando el mes y luego ya me dicen, no, espérate, te vamos a atender en 6 meses o un año. ¿Qué es lo que va a pasar? Yo me voy a morir, no va a haber un remedio.
What I've been learning is that there was a specific timeline to resolve the water issues and that now this is being postponed. And to me, what this means is that, let's say that I have cancer and they tell me, you will get treatment in a month. A month goes by and then they tell me, no, wait, now it's going to be in 6 months or maybe in a year. So what do you think that will happen to me? I will most likely die.
Otra de las cosas es que yo estoy de acuerdo y siento que sí es necesario, que necesitamos, por ejemplo, las verduras, las frutas, la leche, la carne, todos deben de tener un control para todo eso, de no tirar contaminaciones. Pero sí, yo estoy escuchando que ya hay algunas reglas de que están tratando. ¿quién está inspeccionando o quién va a inspeccionar eso?
I also agree with the fact, and I feel that it's very necessary to have some sort of control over fruit and vegetables and dairy and meat companies so that we can guarantee that they are not polluting. But I hear that there are certain rules that they need to comply with. But who is going to be inspecting that this is actually happening?
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Esteban. I'd like to pass it now to Martha Curiel.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Marta Curiel y yo vengo también de Woodville, de la comunidad de Tulare. Mi testimonio también va a ser breve, pero yo quisiera que reconsideraran también el tiempo tan largo que nos están dando.
My name is Martha Curiel, and I am also from Woodville, from the Tular community. My comment is going to be very brief. I am wondering, why are we having to wait for so long?
Imagínense ustedes, 30 años, 35 años, yo creo que ni sus nietos de ustedes van a alcanzar esa cuestión de que arreglen esa tanto veneno que nos están poniendo. Todo nuestra salud se está deteriorando. Yo tengo que usar esto porque ya no puedo. Mi piel está, se lava uno los dientes, el agua huele muy feo. La piel se está deteriorando por tanto nitrato que tiene esta agua.
Imagine in 30, 35 years, I don't even think that your grandchildren will be around to see how our water is finally clean and that we are not dealing with that venom anymore because our health is suffering. Look at me, I am using a cane and my skin is deteriorating because the water that we're using has a lot of nitrates. And also I am brushing my teeth with water that has a very strong odor.
Yo quisiera que por favor consideraran el tiempo para que sea más corto y poder gozar un poquito más de vida porque esto nos la está quitando poco a poco. Muchas gracias.
I would like for you to consider shortening the timelines so that we can enjoy our lives, because I feel that this is slowly depriving us from a healthy life. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Next, I'd like to pass it to Edie Ray Sanchez.
Hello, board. My name is Edie Ray Sanchez. Thank you for having me today. I'm from Poplar, California. I know I've spoken to the board before. I believe Visalia. I live in a ranch for 18 years in a shop where they have tractors and sprayers, the machines for spraying. I know I had mentioned that my grandkids, I won't allow them to come over because all the contamination, their lives, are precious to me. So I go visit them. Last night, I injured myself skating. But last night I couldn't take a pain pill because I couldn't drink the water, There I go. I had to suffer till this morning. So please, if you can rush the process and clean water, safe drinking water, it's very important, to all the families and to have a healthy life. I noticed also not having clean, healthy water mentally I have severe anxiety to where even also PTSD. A lot of friends of mine also who live in the ranch are going through a lot of stress and depressed, where it causes not having clean, safe water and can't afford because we're low income people, I do 8 jobs and I'm still can't meet the criteria to for my water well, to have clean drinking water come out of that water well to afford. So, and also I have another issue, fear to give the landlord a notice, hey, sign it, here, to check my well. I'm a renter who lives in fear. I might get evicted. So, I gotta live like that for 18 years. Or I'm in a situation where I don't know what to do to have clean, safe drinking water. But spend a lot of money who's low income to be buying water bottle and paying a company to be bringing me water for my water tank. I mean, please, I ask that you guys shorten the process to help us out here in living in the ranch. Thank you.
Thank you, Edie. Next, I'd like to pass it to Tutui Montes.
Aho. I'm Tutui and I live in Tulare County right now in Visalia, California. I just want to first, with permission, and also ask forgiveness, but permission to the people, original people of this land. And if I offend anybody in any way, audience, board members, my word is all that I really have to give. I've seen the reports, the presentations, all looks good on paper. All looks great. Like this tragedy is. But I want to mention something of the spirit. 7 years, 7 generations, of suffering for people. And should I consider the future of 7 more generations? I'm 72 years old. I lived across from a dairy, young age. I've seen what's happened to the river that was 3 blocks from my house. I lived in East Strathmore, Porterville, out towards Terabella. I've lived in some of these areas that they showed maps of and zonings, familiar with Tule and Kauai and Kings. And I've been in the San Joaquin Valley all my life. And when I think back and feel how I felt back then, fighting for some type of justice, some way of equality in a certain way, for just respect, just to be respected as a human being, that I walk this same earth just like you. And to think that in these next generations, my son, my grandkids, my great-grandkids, that in 50 years or 35, they're going to be asking the same thing we're asking right now. I love what one of my colleagues said, and one of the women that was here. Extraordinary times, something like that. Extraordinary, I'm like, wow, that's amazing. Sounds really good. And we continue to suffer. We continue to suffer. Who? And I don't want to take all of your time. I'll sit up here and start preaching to you, and that's not my intention. My intention is just to speak to you from a humanity point of view, from our humanness, that connection that connects us. So we should be able to at least love one another in a good way and understand that our water means a lot to us. You were in your mother's womb. You started in water. We're made up biologically of a bunch of water. So water quality and affordability shouldn't be in another 20 years. That should have happened years ago if we only had the will to be able to do and keep us from continuing 25 years ago, 30 years ago, the destruction that we were bringing to our Mother Earth. I just want to say that much because I'm hungry and I want to have some lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tutui. I like to pass it online to Mr. Prado Sr.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good afternoon, Board President and fellow board members and everyone in the room today. Thank you for your time and hearing everybody before me. Now you're gonna hear me. My name is Michael Prado Sr. I'm a board member on the Sultana Community Services District, Severely Disadvantaged Community on northern side of Tulare County. And we've been dealing with nitrates in our area for God knows forever. Been on the board for 28 years. And we still have the same problem. We've done several things here, as I'm going to share. A 35-year timeline for the management zone to stop contaminating our drinking water is too long. So Tennessee has some nitrates in our drinking water. We've worked on several different projects, including a consolidation, bringing in Munson and community of Munson, which is south of Sultana. That was high in nitrate. I think they had 0.045 in their water of nitrate. So we took them in and trying to continue making projects in order to continue increasing the sustainability of our system. What will happen to our drinking water and the improvements that we've made if our growers / polluters of our groundwater for another 35 years. The management zone needs to give all the funding that they need to make sure that solutions are implemented for our communities to continue a healthy, sustainable, affordable life of drinking water. Nothing at all, nothing is getting cheaper. We put in a well in Sultana to help support the demand for Munson. And that well alone, we applied for 14 years ago. And it's barely taking place and finishing up. That's a long time to be waiting, and we need to take care of the problem now. I ask, please listen to everyone. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Prado.
Thank you.
If we can, I'd like to pass it to Maricela, and we can hear from Arturo Perez, Maria Perez, and Angie Moreno.
Thank you, Kaya. We have Angie Moreno here ready to go.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Angie Moreno, and I'm from the Central Valley. I have probably met a lot of you before because I've been advocating for clean, safe, affordable water for years. This is not my first time here. First of all, I would like for you to all think family first. That's what we're doing here, for our family. I have a well and I have nitrates along with my well. I got my well tested all last year. All of them, I don't know if you could see this from where I'm at. I'm sure a lot of you have seen this. These are the testing. And I just got it tested again for the month of May, which is last month. And it's scored at 33.2. So these nitrates are not going anywhere. They're not getting any better, and it's getting worse. We have families with infants, we have grandparents, we have handicaps. And I come from a town where we have Cutler, Arosi, Yedem, Seville, East Arosi. We need help out there. We have wells that are going dry. There's families that run out that don't make, they get their water delivered. They're out within a short time and they got to make it wait till the truck comes around again. And the summer's here now. You know what they're going to be getting? Hot water. Is that a human way to live? I don't think so. And like I said, you know, the nitrates are going to be here for a long time if we don't take care of this problem now. And in fact, 35 years, that's silly. That's a silly years to have to wait. Who does that? You know, we can have our great grandkids are going to be gone. You know, we need to do better. We need to do better than this. These families deserve clean, safe, affordable water. Let's not forget, that's the law. Let's not forget on September the 25th, 2012, Governor Brown signed AB 685, making California the first state in the nation to recognize the human right to water. Somebody's not doing their job. And we need to take care of these families. It makes me sad to see this happening with our families, you know, these nitrates and everybody, oh, they're working on it, they're working on it. You know, we finally got a little bit of help for our town of Cutler. We got a nice, which I can thank Deborah Dunn, Kings Water Alliance, for helping me out for this, for the community, which even though we had to go to Arosi, because we can't do it in Cutler, because they have nitrates. And they've had their nitrates since 2023. And Cutler is still dealing with nitrates in their water. And I'm asking you now for something else. Bottled water for senior citizens and handicapped that are still left there to need this help. We can't let them go on like this. We're being so inhumane by not helping. I'm not going away. I'm going to continue advocating. And I see a lot of you there that I've talked to personally. And maybe somebody can direct me in how to get help for this town. And this is for bottled water though. And I don't know if maybe there's no money. I go to the Safer. I've been advocating for Safer. I go to Sacramento and I'm hoping that there'll be money there so we can help these families. Maybe they won't be that many now because we have that fill station that Deborah Dunn has helped me get. You know, and together we did it, even though it took us since 2020, no, I take that, but yeah, since 2023. That's how long it's been. So yeah, I'm very upset. This right here, the water problem should not even be a conversation. We should have already had taken care of them. Simple. Something, a tax that was so simple to fix. I'm sorry that, anybody, that's, like I said, with the nitrates, the wells that are going dry, families there need help.
5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time today. I'm going to leave it there. As you heard today, community partners have worked for years, decades on their community's drinking water, and we need to work together to solve this problem in a timely fashion and make sure that they don't wait any longer for safe drinking water to be realized. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you to all the panelists that spoke. I will open it to my colleagues for any questions or comments.
Just listening to the discussion and being a resident from a disadvantaged community that has water quality issues, it's concerning. You cannot ignore the human element for the problem that people are facing with water. And more importantly than that, as I heard one of the women speak, testing the water and the levels are higher. So I just want to thank the environmental justice community and the public that spoke. Their concerns are real, and the solutions to address them should not be labored. They should be something that we should be addressing, and we should be addressing it now. Had we not had all of the contamination with the water from ag, we wouldn't be sitting here, but that's the problem we're facing. And I just want to thank the residents that expressed their human interest concerns regarding this matter that we should all take to heart. Thank you.
First and foremost, I want to say thank you to everyone that came and provide their testimonies on their experience with this unfortunate poor drinking water issue over the years. I just want to share that I was born in Thailand in the refugee camp, and it was tough to get clean, quality drinking water as well for 13 years when I was there. So I know just a little bit about the value of getting clean drinking water. So thank you for your testimony. You know, it's not quite like anything that that we hear, like the dairies and you know, just hearing other I guess proposal and so forth, versus when you hear the raw experience from people who experience the tragedy or whatever that they are facing over the years, and they provide it to you in person. That was really raw, and that's really real. And you know, it's very unfortunate that, you know, so I just want to say that sorry to the ones that are here and the one that, you know, may not be here but may be listening, that are experienced this years of experiencing issues with non-clean water. So just want to say that. And yeah, I too feel that you know, the good news is we have a program that is going to be implemented, and you know, we're going to be making improvement. That I think that's really great. But you know, the human aspect and the people that are hurt, you know, living in those areas, you know, they have their own reality, and I think their reality is probably more real than, you know, other people's reality. And so with that said, I would definitely encourage and for all the involve shareholders to really, do all they can to expedite the process of, one, for sure, providing, clean drinking water bottles for especially the seniors and disabled community members, immediately, whoever that don't have that accessibility or resources, for us to make sure that we provide that right away, and I hope that we could do that. Second of all, for us to, just do more deep diving and, maybe collaborating with whoever that we need to collaborate with, and to really consolidate what we need to do to get results sooner than later. So with that said, thank you to all the folks that came out here to provide your testimony today. I really appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gang. Yes.
Hi, I just want to take a moment to thank you for everybody who came and shared, the ongoings of their lives and what's going on in your house, which is a very private space. I just wanted to know if anyone here is currently experiencing nitrate contamination in their home. Can you please just raise your hand? I just want to make sure you get connected with our staff today. Okay. Yes. So since you're here, physically here, let's get you connected with staff after. Okay.
Yes, Ms. Moreno, I saw you raising your hand as well. Okay, any more comments, questions otherwise? Okay, I'd like to take certainly a lunch break at this point, but just to be clear on next steps, when we return, we'll have other members of the public that weren't interested parties that wish to comment. So, and then we'll hear closing statements from panel number one, and then any clarifications from staff, and then we'll deliberate as a board. So with that, I'd like to take a recess and reconvene. What do we think? 40 minutes, 12:30? Oh, excuse me, 1:30? Yeah, we'll reconvene at 1:30. All right, we're going to call this meeting back to order. All right, thank you. As I mentioned before the break, we will now hear from any interested person who is not a party to this proceeding but wishes to comment. So I would ask staff, do we have any persons wishing to comment on this item, either in person or virtually?
We have a whole handful of folks. Let me go down by the list that the blue cards were received, and we will go one by one. I've got Ben Kohler from the city of Modesto, and we will follow that up with Ryan Flaherty from Sustainable Conservation. Absolutely.
You said party, so
Oh, interested person.
Interested person. If I misstated that, I apologize. Inadvertent. Okay. Go on.
Mr. Kohler here.
Thanks, Mr. Kohler. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. My name is Ben Kohler, and I serve as the Chief Plant Operator for the City of Modesto's Regional Recycled Water Facility. I'm here today as both a municipal participant in the Modesto Management Zone and a director of the Valley Water Collaborative Board to offer comments in support of the Modesto Management Zone Implementation Plan and the adoption order before you. The Nitrate Control Program established clear priorities: protect drinking water users, manage nitrate loading, and work toward long-term improvement of groundwater quality. The Management Zone Framework has provided Modesto and other discharges in the area with a structured way to work toward those priorities while continuing to meet the needs of the communities we serve. Since the Valley Water Collaborative was formed to implement the Modesto interlock management zones, the region has had a more coordinated approach to nitrate management than would otherwise be possible if every permittee acted entirely on its own. The management zone brings together municipalities, irrigated agriculture, dairies, and other dischargers under shared implementation structure. One of the more tangible outcomes of that framework has been the Emergency and Interim Drinking Water Program that grew out of the Early Action Plan. Since 2021, the management zone has offered free domestic well testing and replacement drinking water for households whose wells exceeded the nitrate standard, providing a practical response to immediate public health needs while long-term solutions are developed. From a municipal perspective, having that program in place has helped provide clarity in discussions with local decision makers, residents, and community partners regarding the nitrate control program implementation. It also helps identify areas and communities that may warrant priority attention for longer-term drinking water solutions. The implementation plan before the board builds on those early efforts and lays out a more comprehensive long-term framework. It compiles available information on nitrate conditions in the Modesto Basin, identifies areas where public water systems and domestic wells may face greater risk, and outlines how we plan to implement long-term drinking water solutions, nitrate reduction, and ongoing monitoring. For Modesto and other municipal participants, that structure provides useful regional context for facility planning and compliance strategy. By aligning nitrate management and other related regional efforts, including the broader Central Valley salinity and groundwater planning, the management zone governance model creates opportunities for coordinated actions that can be difficult to pursue through individual efforts alone. The Valley Water Collaborative has provided a forum where different sectors can work together to discuss implementation options, and consider funding and phasing in a coordinated manner. For municipal staff, that has been a practical venue for understanding how local responsibilities fit with the larger management zone framework and under the nitrate control program. In closing, the City of Modesto appreciates the work that the board, staff, Valley Water Collaborative, and participating dischargers have invested in developing and implementing this program. The Modesto Management Zone Implementation Plan represents a substantive and organized framework for moving forward with the nitrate management in this region, and support is respectfully offered for its approval.
Thank you, Mr. Kohler. Next speaker.
We have Ryan Flaherty, and then is Denise Molinex here? All right, after Ryan. Thank you.
Good
Apologies,
afternoon.
Mindy wasn't feeling quite well, so I'm trying to help out on this. My apologies if I get all your names wrong or affiliations and things like that.
Good afternoon, Chair Advis and board members. My name is Ryan Flaherty and I'm with Sustainable Conservation. Sustainable Conservation is an environmental nonprofit dedicated to reducing nitrate concentrations in groundwater. We have 25 plus years experience testing and scaling solutions to reduce nitrate loading from agriculture in the Central Valley and on the Central Coast. We do this work together with dairies, farmers, water managers, scientists, and many others. It is from this experience that we know that on-farm nutrient management can be improved using known practices and technologies, but we still don't know how to get to full compliance. Importantly, we also know that addressing nitrate in groundwater is critical and urgent, particularly for the many groundwater dependent communities in the Central Valley. The Nitrate Control Program is a novel regulatory approach that addresses both of these, the need to improve nutrient management and the need to ensure access to clean drinking water. It has been 6 years since Nitrate Control Program was approved and about 2.5 years since the MZIPs were submitted. However, until the management zone orders are approved, expectations for nutrient management improvements are not clear and critical timelines do not start. That is why it is important and urgent for board to approve the Modesto Management Zone General Order. We need approval to start timelines. We need approval to give farmers and industry certainty about where to make investments and to give communities certainty about the path towards clean drinking water. We know the Nitrate Control Program is a complicated effort, and we really appreciate the regional board staff's response to our comment, especially the offer to work together to identify and address challenges that could delay progress and implementation of the Nitrate Control Program. I do want to clarify one of the comments that was mentioned earlier. We fully support the outlier approach. What we were commenting on is to suggest complementing this with a feasibility-based assessment as well. It's just to clarify that. So finally, just based on our decades of work to find and scale solutions on farms, we know that lack of clarity on regulatory requirements is a barrier for innovation and for adoption of practices. So we ask that the board adopt the Modesto Management Zone General Order as presented today to provide that clarity. If the board feels any additional changes need to be made, we ask the board approve the order and require those changes to be made within 1 year of adoption of the order, similar to what the state board did when it approved the Salt and Nitrate Control Program. This approval will start the timeline and will provide the certainty needed for all of us to move forward together. Sustainable Conservation looks forward to continuing to work on the ground with farmers, as well as our colleagues from industry, environmental justice, and the water boards to make good on our collective promise to ensure access to clean drinking water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. Next.
Next, we have Denise Molinax, and if we have Noel Kremers in the audience after, it'd be great.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Denise Molinax. I am the Executive Director for the California Dairy Research Foundation, or CDRF, and the Assistant Director for the California Dairy Quality Assurance Program, or CDQAP. I have taken the oath. By way of background, CDRF is a nonprofit organization that has a mission to support the long-term sustainability of the California dairy industry through funding research and scientific education programs. And CDQAP is a very unique collaborative partnership between academia, industry, regulatory partners, and others. Both the CDRF and CDQAP offices are located in Davis. I live with my family in Turlock in the heart of the Central Valley. We are a farming family, so I work remotely most days. I've worked in the California dairy industry now for almost 30 years in a variety of positions, ranging from an extension advisor with UC Cooperative Extension in Stanislaus and Merced counties to a producer education coordinator with the milk processor to my current roles. My entire career has been spent providing research and educational support to the California dairy producers and associated allied industry. I was here in this very room when the original GO was passed for dairies in 2007. I was also part of the CDQAP team that led the outreach and education to support compliance with the multiple interim and annual report deadlines within the GO. It was the single largest outreach effort in the state and likely in the nation, included multiple rounds of outreach at multiple meetings within each county throughout the region. It was a heavy lift. We took an industry that had roughly 2,000 dairy members that essentially had never experienced water quality regulations, had no idea what Title 27 was, much less include what was included in the 127-page Brown Book that spelled out the general order requirements, to an industry that now routinely samples water, manure, forages, soils, incorporating them into a nutrient management plan and implementing them and submitting annual reports with more than 95% compliance each year. Pretty amazing. The California dairy industry has really come a long way and is making steady progress. This new resolution contains many items that will be challenging for all water quality permit holders, including dairies, but the dairy industry is taking active steps to meet the challenge. A lot of work is happening to continue to improve manure and irrigation management practices. My organization, CDRF, is actively funding research projects on innovative practices like new methods using smart tools and automation for irrigation of manure water, alternative forages that mine nitrogen from the soil while providing cow feed, and even evaluating new manure treatment technologies like the ones already mentioned, permafiltration, advanced separation, and many others. These are being evaluated on dairies under California dairy systems, being evaluated for their ability to remove NP and K and utilize it best, how they best fit on dairy manure systems, and how effluents act when applied to forage fields. Some solutions are starting to show, but it will take time to fully validate these practices and technologies. It will take time to provide the education and outreach so producers understand their options and can determine which one will work best on their farm. It will take time for the farmers to line up funding and ultimately be able to implement these practices on farm, plus time to realize their benefits in the field and in the water quality.
Please conclude your remarks.
Sorry, you've already heard today that 35 years is too long. Based on my experience in research and education, I would say that we are going to need the full 35 years to be successful. I would just conclude by saying, the industry is taking active steps. They're willing to do their part, but it will take time in order to be able to do this. And both the programs, CDRF and CDQAP, stand ready to work with staff, academia, and industry to support the dairy industry in successfully meeting the ultimate goals that you've laid out.
Thank you for your comments. Next.
Good afternoon. Noelle Kramers with Wine Institute. And I wanted to start by taking the opportunity to share some background information about California's wine community. We are leaders in sustainability. Back in 2003, Wine Institute and the California Association of Wine Grape Growers partnered together to form the California Sustainable Wine Growing Alliance. That has now grown into the largest third-party sustainability certification program that works on certifying vineyards and wineries on their sustainable practices, as well as continually educating the community about sustainable practices. So I want to just give that lens and then provide a little background about the size of California's wine community. So California represents 85% of US wine production and 95% of US wine exports. So we are the leader in the US when it comes to wine. Unfortunately, and as part of that, the Central Valley produces approximately over 70% of the grapes that go into producing California wine. Unfortunately, there is a global drop in demand for wine, and that is hurting the entire community. The 2025 grape crush is down over 6%, but that doesn't give you a real picture of how far down it is. We have not seen a grape crush the size that we saw in 2025 since the mid-90s. So we are much smaller than we have been historically. In early 2025, we lost access to the Canadian market They pulled all US alcohol off the shelves. So that has, and if you remember, we are 95% of the export. So the industry is really not in a great economic place right now. That being said, this order is the most reasonable approach that we see, and we are committed to continuing to engage and implement what is set forth in that order, and we urge that it be adopted today. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Ms. Kramer.
We have a couple commenters, I believe, on the Zoom line. We have Jacob DeFant. I'll go first to him and then to Jose Moreno.
Mr. DeFanto, are you there?
Yes, just switched over. My name is Jacob DeFont, speaking today on behalf of Agricultural Council of California. Ag Council represents roughly 15,000 farmers, including small farms, ranging from small farms to some of the world's best known brands. Our members include California dairies producing roughly a third of the milk here in the state. I'm here to express my support for the Modesto Nitrate Management Zone resolution as presented by board staff. California's dairy community is committed to working constructively with this board toward real environmental progress. This resolution will ask a great deal of dairy permit holders. We know that, but our families are ready to rise to the challenge. We've already contributed to drinking water assistance programs and are adopting new on-farm practices, even as our industry faces serious economic hardship. We are not waiting to act. As we implement changes, we must also protect animal health, food safety, and worker safety. Dairies are complex operations, and solutions must be integrated thoughtfully to be effective and lasting, most importantly. Reaching the goals of this resolution will require real work in research, technology, education, and financing. 35 years does not mean delaying, but it means doing this right. We urge the board to grant the full 35-year compliance period so our families can succeed and the goals of this resolution can truly be met. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeFont.
We have Jose Moreno.
Mr. Moreno, are you on?
Mr. Moreno has declined to speak.
Okay. Next speaker.
Is Debbie Mackey available? I guess so.
Good afternoon. I'm Debbie Mackey. I'm the Executive Officer of the Central Valley Clean Water Association. We are an association of publicly owned treatment works, those that take your wastewater, treat it, and return it to the environment in a way that protects human health and the environment itself. So today I want to first, as a big whole, really lend my support to the order as it deals with the management zones as a whole. It is such an important thing in a way that we can work collaboratively to address needs, to make sure that there is safe drinking water as long-term solutions are being developed. And so you've heard a lot of support that way. I'd like to lend my support on that. One thing I do want to talk to you a little bit about is it's one of the monitoring and reporting plans. It's attachment E. And it's for what they call the non-15 program. And I know Alex here, and they just renamed it. But in that, as the management zone implementation plans were developed, they were developed in collaboration with a lot of discussion and a lot of thought. And timeframes for certainly for POTWs, which have to deal a lot, they're serving the communities. They want to talk with that. They're dealing with the same kind of economics. It's not right there. It doesn't happen. They've got to figure things out. There was a tiered approach with timelines. And the MRP right now puts everybody together. And this it most impacts the very small agencies where in order to develop a work plan, they were given time to engage with the community, try to figure out what works best, and then submit a plan. And then that plan would be adapted for that specific POTW. This basically says, hey, at 7 years, you've got to have it figured out and you've got to give us a detailed work plan. That's problematic. And I think that this can be changed and that the flexibility can be returned by making just a simple edit to that. And it would be on footnote 1 in there, which right now says that it's the requirements of the MRPs are going to be identical. What I'd like it to say is the requirements of these MRPs will be adjusted per what was proposed in the MZIP. So anyways, with that, I thank you and appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Mackey. We'll have a staff address your desired edit after we're concluded with remarks.
And we've heard from Jose Moreno that perhaps the message that we got that he declined was in error, and he wishes to speak, and I believe is online right now.
All right, Mr. Moreno, there you are.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Jose Moreno, and I'm here today representing El Concilio, California. It's a nonprofit, community-based organization serving low-income, minority, and marginalized communities throughout the Central Valley. At El Concilio, California, we work closely with families who are already struggling to meet their basic needs: housing, food, transportation, childcare, and healthcare. Many of the rural residents that we serve on private domestic wells for their drinking water, but most have never had their water tested and do not know what is in it. That is why we work. That is why the work of the Valley Water Collaborative is so important. One of the most meaningful things about water, I'm getting twisted here, sorry, about Valley Water Collaborative's free well testing is that the services are completely free. For many families, especially in the rural communities, paying for water testing or purchasing bottled water long-term is simply not financially possible. Having access to free well testing and free drinking water support removes a major barrier and allows families to protect their health without having to choose between water and other necessities. This is especially important for pregnant women, infants, and young children who are among the most vulnerable to nitrate contamination in drinking water. So we have invited Valley Water Collaborative staff to present at 2 of our community coalition meetings in Modesto, where they spoke directly with more than 20 trusted community service providers. Those presentations helped educate local leaders about groundwater conditions in our region with nitrate contamination, or what it is, the health risks associated with it, and the reality that many residents relying on domestic wells have no idea whether their water is safe to drink. For many of the organizations in attendance, this was their first time that they had heard about a program that provides direct support specifically for rural well users. And what stood out the most was how community-centered and accessible the program is. Valley Water Collaborative is not expecting residents to figure this process out on their own. Their staff is very helpful. They help residents understand their well test results. They answer questions. They walk families through the application process, both in English and in Spanish, either online or over the phone. That level of support matters deeply in the communities that we serve because many residents face language barriers, technology barriers, transportation challenges, or simply do not know where to turn for help. So the outreach approach taken by Valley Water Collaborative recognizes that trust is essential. They are partnering with local organizations, attending community events, meeting people face to face, building relationships in communities that are often underserved or overlooked. From our perspective, this program is filling a very real gap for rural residents and helping families gain access to information, resources, and drinking water support that many have never had before. So we appreciate the opportunity to speak today and strongly support the continued work of the Valley Water Collaborative and the importance of sustaining programs that directly protect and support vulnerable communities throughout the Central Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. Any more speakers?
Let me double check and see. I don't see anybody else on the Zoom call. There are a few people left in the room, but I know there's a couple voices from Environmental Law Foundation. Nat Kane initially said he was going to participate via Zoom. I do not see him here. Is there any? Do we know? All right. Okay. I see Kaya shaking her head. I want to make sure that if he does join, we'll keep an eye out for him. Is Cynthia Tiermesa here? not in the room. We will put a hold on that. If they would like to come up, then by all means. And just double checking, I see one of the translators. Was that a hand raised? Oh, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. And we did have your cards. I believe it's Mackenzie and John Hale. Is the two? All right, fantastic.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Mackenzie Van Valkenburg, and I am a summer law clerk with Environmental Law Foundation. We urge the regional board to revise the draft order to better protect communities from ongoing exposure to nitrate. The board should focus on implementing centralized solutions for nitrate impacted communities. Without long-term drinking water solutions to accompany community interactions, outreach alone will not constitute positive change. Furthermore, as board member Yang stated earlier today, 35 years is a very long time. We urge the board to incorporate expedited interim milestones to ensure that real progress is made in those 35 years. Finally, we ask that you incorporate the restoration language suggested by Jennifer Clary. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Hale.
Afternoon, members of the board. My name is John. I'm another legal clerk with the Environmental Legal Foundation. And I just wanted to briefly point out an area of policy that's relevant here. I think highlights the question that's before this board, as so often is, the balance of economic costs with real social harms. And that is the anti-degradation policy that says where discharges are going to degrade water quality, that the degradation must be consistent with the maximum benefit of the people of the state. That's very broad language, but of course that considers in the law a consideration of the social and economic factors. Of course, here, whether stricter compliance might hurt the local agricultural economy is very relevant, and this is what the representatives of the management zones rely on in their defense of the approval of this order. But these limited, underfunded drinking water programs, their solutions, and the extremely long-term timelines that we're suggesting, no matter how they're rationalized, I believe they're a failure of that policy. I believe that economic viability is, of course, a valid priority, but where it comes at expense of the community it serves, it cannot be said to uphold the maximum benefit of the people of the state. And if the people that have spoken today are any indicator, well, they're suffering. And so we urge you, the Environmental Legal Foundation, the board to consider the law in its context, to consider the maximum benefit, not just in theory, but in its reality here, and to rethink this order. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hale.
All right, list is getting shorter and shorter, but I've got Paul Sousa. I think I saw Paul.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Paul Sousa. I have experience with dairy from my entire life. I was brought home from the hospital to a dairy where I grew up. On my family's dairy, my father, 4 brothers and sisters still operate the dairy today. They live on the dairy along with my nieces and nephew. Now I work with Western United Dairies, a dairy producer trade association representing dairy farmers from throughout the state. We are based in Turlock and I live in Turlock, and I have taken the oath. I support adoption of the resolution as presented by staff this morning. This resolution requires dairies to make many improvements that will benefit water quality. Put together, the improvements are a monumental task, and dairies will need to take time to make all of the necessary changes. The dairy community and dairy families are up to this challenge and will work together to continue the progress. The nitrate management zones, of which this resolution is an important part, are accelerating progress on groundwater quality improvements. The local collective approach of the nutrient management zones is effectively driving solutions faster, not slower. The 35 years is not a slowdown in any way. It is actually this whole process combined with that is speeding things up. Our dairy families have already started the work by contributing to drinking water programs and adopting innovative practices on our farms. And they're doing this despite tough economic conditions for dairy farmers today. 35 years does not mean a lack of progress. We are already working hard, but we have a long way to go. You heard earlier today about some of the things we're doing, our data management system, firm filtration, and other things that we are implementing on our dairies to solve these issues. I urge the board to adopt this resolution with the full 35-year exception to create the best opportunity for success for everyone involved. Having unreasonable timelines doesn't make this happen any faster or make it any more successful. The best chance for success is a reasonable process where we all work together to achieve the solutions we're all after. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Souza.
I have Elise Landman. Again, apologies for any mispronunciations.
You got it right, don't worry. Good afternoon, Chair and Board members. My name is Elise Landman, and I'm with the Legislative Coordinator with the Dairy Institute of California. Dairy Institute of California represents milk processors and dairy product manufacturers based in California. Our organization's goal is to support our members' ability to operate sustainably, innovate, and achieve efficiency within their companies as they provide the highest quality dairy products to domestic and international markets. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on the Modesto Management Zone Implementation Plan. Dairy Institute wants to express support for the adoption of the resolution as presented by staff and distributed before today's meeting. This resolution sets out goals that will be very challenging for water quality permit holders, including California dairies. However, our dairy communities are committed to doing their part. We understand the importance of continued progress, and we are willing to work together toward these goals. As changes are considered in dairy operations, it is important to recognize that dairies are complex systems. They have to carefully balance water quality improvements with animal health and well-being, food safety, and worker safety. Solutions need to be practical, proven, and integrated in ways that work on real farms. Reaching the goals of this resolution will take time and sustained effort. Progress is already underway, and we expect to make much more progress in the coming years. But getting to the ultimate goal of no longer causing or contributing to exceedances of water quality objectives will require additional research, further improvements to manure and irrigation management systems, testing and proving new technologies on California-style dairies, education and outreach, and support for wide-scale adoption. Just as importantly, financing and implementation will take time. This is a major undertaking, and success depends on having a realistic pathway to get there. For those reasons, we strongly urge the board to grant the full 35-year exception so dairies can continue making progress and ultimately succeed in meeting the resolution's goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Landman.
I have Lynn McBride.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynn McBride. I serve as Executive Director of the California Dairy Campaign, a grassroots organization of dairy farmers that began more than 30 years ago. And I did take the oath today. I testify in support of the adoption of the MZIP resolution as presented by staff. The 35-year exception is vital to the agriculture sector's development and implementation of effective long-term solutions to address nitrate challenges while ensuring safe drinking water today. It is essential to maintain this exception as dairies are actively working to improve groundwater quality despite facing significant technical and economic challenges. Dairy farmers are being paid prices today that are significantly below their cost of production. We each month have a monthly milk pricing survey where dairy farmers report their net price. Just in this last month, many have reported a net price that is 20% below their cost of production. So dairy farmers are struggling. US dairy prices are actually below global prices, especially for butter and cheese. And US dairy prices are half the price that's paid in Canada. So just against the backdrop of these very challenging economic times, that is causing many of our dairy farmer members to question how long they can remain in operation. Dairy farmers are working to do a better job of balancing crop nutrients with manure management, and they're continuing to explore practical methods to export excess nitrogen from dairy operations. This largely depends on technologies and systems that convert manure into transportable solid forms, which can be moved off-site or composted. Additionally, these are technologies available that can denitrify excess nitrogen in liquid manure. We urge the Waterboard to take steps to expedite these projects because these are changes that dairy farmers want to make, but it's very difficult given the challenging economics. Funding has been a tremendous hurdle to making these projects happen. We're looking forward to Dairy Plus funding in the near future, but much of the state funding has dried up. And without that funding and with the economic stress that's out there, these projects simply won't happen. I moved back to California now 26 years ago. Back then, there were over 2,200 dairies across the state. Now there's about 1,100. The distress is real, and we want to make sure that we can have a collaborative approach, as is outlined in the MZIP resolution, to have reasonable timelines that are feasible. And I appreciate the opportunity to testify today, and also want to mention that we're a member of Dairy Cares. Our members are members of the Central Valley Dairy Representative Monitoring Program. We work with CDRF and CDQAP, and our members are very engaged and involved in these activities, but they're challenging, again, especially given the economics. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McBride.
All right, the final two, I have Ray Prock Sr. and Nicole Bell. And if I haven't said your name, definitely let me know and we can add somebody else to the list.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Ray Prock Jr. I'm a former Central Valley dairy farmer, and I actually started this water quality work years ago while I was still actively running my family's dairy farm. Long before the COVID pandemic hit, I rolled up my sleeves to volunteer my time with the Valley Water Collaborative. In fact, I've served as the treasurer since the day we started it. I'm still putting those volunteer hours in today because the work is incredibly important to the Central Valley. It affects my neighbors, local residents, our agricultural backbone, and our family dairy farms. That's why I'm here today to ask the board to adopt the Modesto Nitrate Management Zone resolution exactly as it's presented, having the full 35-year exception so we can achieve these massive goals together. As you have listened to the hours of testimony today, given that I'm next to last, I really want to urge everyone to focus on the facts. There is a narrative out there that agriculture doesn't care about its impact and that it is just completely false. Dairy families care deeply about the health and the future of communities where we live, work, and raise our own kids. To achieve true lasting environmental change, we need pathways that support both our resources and our communities. To move the needle, we have to work together. We need clear, specific milestones, and we need an achievable deadline that balances aggressive progress with everyday economic survival. Aside from my background in farming, I also serve on the Denary Unified School District Board of Trustees. When you sit on a school board, you spend a lot of time looking at student achievement data. One thing we know for sure is that real systemic growth in student achievement does not happen overnight. It is slow. It is small incremental change year after year. Sometimes when you look at the data from one year to the next, it feels like you're just standing still. But as any educator or trustee will tell you, those small, steady steps eventually trigger a snowball effect. Suddenly, all those years of quiet, hard work compound into massive, undeniable progress. The work required in this 35-year resolution mirrors that exact same process. True water quality progress can be a slow incremental climb, but the Central Valley Dairy community has already built a solid foundation. Through the Valley Water Collaborative, we're actively funding and delivering free well testing and clean drinking water to our neighbors right now. We're investing in new on-farm technologies, even during some really tough economic times. The resolution is a heavy lift, but our families are ready to step up and do the work. Just like in our schools, if you give us a steady, realistic timeline, we need this quiet year-over-year effort will turn into a snowball effect of environmental success. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Last speaker, or do we have? Okay.
Nicole Bell. And is there anybody else wishing to speak today that I haven't called out? Raise your hand. I think Nicole, you're the last one.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Nicole Bell. I am the Executive Director of the Kern Water Collaborative, which is a Priority 2 management zone in Kern County. I did not take the oath, but I am happy to do so with both hands.
Yeah, you don't need to. Thanks.
Okay, great. Today, I want to start with the Kern Water Collaborative is in full support of the resolution as presented to you for your consideration today. And then just to make a few comments on what you heard earlier today and a couple of questions or comments that the board made. Kern Water Collaborative consists of 4 different management zones that we administer, 2 Priority 2 management zones in Kern County, as well as a non-prioritized management zone in Kern County, and then a small sliver in Kings County of the Tulare Lake Basin. Chairman, or not chairman, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, Board Member Yang, you talked today about demographics as well as translation. And I wanted to comment on a couple of things and assure you that when we're talking demographics, and a comment that was made in the presentation, when we are presenting our websites, as well as when we are doing community meetings and our applications, we talk about always having Spanish translation, and we do that automatically. But we do also have the ability, I know our website, any user of our website or our application process can select their language. So any language can be administered. Also, when we hold public meetings, we do ask folks to register with us and let us know if they need translation services. Again, we always do Spanish, but we can make arrangements for any translation service needed. You commented on a presentation earlier where they talked about Hmong translation. That translation service is specifically known because of the demographic in that management zone, because of the work they've done within their community. So I wanted to give you assurance that we are available to assist anyone who needs it. Also, the theme you're hearing is we are not waiting 35 years. My colleagues in the P1s did a great presentation earlier, and they talked about many of the initiatives that we have moved forward within our communities. One additional initiative is in Kern County, our non-prioritized area, which is roughly half of Kern County. It's the Kern River Subbasin. It's non-prioritized. Why am I talking about it? We made the decision to include it in our management zone, and we are providing services to the Kern River area, and we do not need to do that. So we are continuing to do more than what is needed. Lastly, I will say this. Today's theme, and I hope you will leave here today understanding that we are not adversaries, we are collaborative allies within our communities. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Michelle. All right, so that wraps up the testimony from interested persons who are not parties to this proceeding. We'll now move on to considering closing statements by the panel number one participants.
Thank you. I will be very brief. I know you would all, we all want to get it all to you so we can hear you talk. And since you've listened so patiently to all of us talk today, Teresa Dunham, Consoys and Conway, on behalf of the Priority 1 designated parties, just a few comments in response to a couple of things said. And again, I'll be very brief. With respect to Ms. Clary's language, which I have had the opportunity to review, thanks to Mr. Palupa. And, I think at this point in the process and receiving language on the day of, I do think we would be better off not trying to revise on the fly, and instead would look to have that discussion as we go into the 5-year program and the 5-year update. I don't think there is anything specifically certain within her language that needs to be done now. I do think it also, we need to consider when we're talking about pilot projects, is that, one per priority management zone, or is there coordination, because a lot of these pilot projects and the modeling is probably going to be similar and we need to be able to coordinate our efforts. So I do think there's probably more discussion that needs to happen around that language, and would ask that you not make revisions today in order to incorporate her language. Quickly, with respect to Ms. Gibson and comments with respect to the groundwater protection peer review report, I understand you've let it into the record, and that's fine. Just to also let you all know, we as the Irrigated Lands Program, we are reviewing that report in detail. We've already started, and we are looking to be responsive to that. We will provide responses to the state water board staff and regional board staff in the near future. But more importantly, we're taking all of their comments to heart, and we will be looking to update our work plan as how we can improve our groundwater protection process. I think clearly important in the ILRP program, and now coming into this program, we have always said development of the groundwater protection targets is iterative, and that we will further update them as more information is available. And matter of fact, talking about initiatives, we are taking the initiative actually to update those targets now this year in advance of the 5-year timeframe, so we can incorporate those new recharge numbers from the model that Ken Miller talked about earlier today. And with that would be a work plan update for further updates as well to address peer review comments. Again, demonstrating the initiative and the willingness to move forward without actually being required to do so. Lastly, with respect to Ms. Rivers and the in lieu contribution language that they had in their comments, as well as in their presentation today, we appreciate the novel approach. There's a lot of conversation that will need to go along with respect to that. A lot of unknowns. What's the cost, the certainty? How do we ensure that money given from management zones to SAFER is used in those management zones, right? SAFER is a statewide program. No offense to my friends in Southern California, but I want to keep Central Valley dollars in Central Valley and take care of our Central Valley problems, not those that are in other parts of the state. So we are open to having those conversations, but I do think there's a lot of unknowns and a lot of details that would need to be discussed. I do think it's also probably a broader statewide discussion for other regions as well. So appreciate the novel idea and the novel approach, but it's not prime time yet for that. Yet, maybe someday in the near future. But with that, thank you very much, and we encourage you all to adopt the revised Modesto resolution as proposed by your staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dunham. I'll now turn to staff. Do we have any clarifications or additional discussion?
I'll say just a couple words, trying to round up some of the comments that I heard, somewhat in the nature of kind of what Ms. Dunham did as well. So you've heard a lot today, and we're certainly available to take any questions that you may have, but I'll touch on a couple of the points that we heard during the course of the presentations. One, there was some comments about revisions to the exception policy within panel 1. And I want to kind of orient the board to the fact that the exceptions policy was approved as part of a basin plan amendment. So the exceptions policy itself is our regulation that this order is adopted under. We're not revising the exception policy. We're adopting an order that implements that policy. That time to challenge that policy is done. We're not doing a basin plan amendment here today to kind of revise that. there's a very complex interplay between that policy and what we're doing today. I think you've seen it in a lot of different areas. The public funding piece, the infrastructure funding piece, I think is one that we will continue to look at. One of the common themes in my response here is that we are starting a 35-year program here today. We're setting the clock. We've got the drinking water piece that's been in action for a number of years. Now we're starting this phase in which we're asking a lot of dischargers to look more closely at the scope of their nitrate impacts, to spend a lot of money to reduce those impacts. That's really what's happening here today. We're providing some degree of certainty to them that we are on a 35-year pathway, but that's not a done deal today. We will continually look at this project 5 years out, 10 years out, 15 years out, as I mentioned during our initial presentation, to see if those timelines can be adjusted, if they can be tightened up, if there's new treatment technologies, if there's new public funding sources on the horizon, if there's better innovation in under sink treatment where that makes sense. All of those will be things we will be considering as we continuously look at this program and revise it. And we have to bring it back to you for reauthorization, right? This is not a 35-year timeline that does not have to be looked at for 35 years. We do have to bring it back and have the board act affirmatively 10 years out to reauthorize this thing. So a lot of these conversations that we're having here today, we will have again, or your predecessors will have again, or we will do that again. I think there's a lot of great ideas that were kicked around here. I think one of the comments that we've heard a little bit over and over again about townships and the township level compliance as the sole metric to judge whether this project is successful or not. It's not. The township level numbers and the way that they're used within the context of the irrigated lands program and how they're being refined to include metrics from the dairy program, include metrics from wastewater treatment plants and other nitrate sources is really taking that tool to the next level. And I think one of the complicated formulations that perhaps is boiled down a little too simply in if one car is speeding, is that compliance? Well, if you look at it from a society's point of view, that one car that's going well over the speed limit is causing a harm in and of itself. It is causing a harm, danger to itself, danger to others. It's not as cut and dry when you're talking about a number of different agricultural sources, domestic sources, and other sources contributing to a groundwater problem. This is something that the Ag Expert Panel is struggling with. They are the smartest minds on this subject, and they're saying, when you look at a drinking water well, it's going to draw not from one pinpoint. It's going to draw its well from a whole smear, if you look at it, a whole landscape level area. Bigger the well, the bigger that area in some respects. And then in other cases, you can have a small well that is pulling from very large areas as well, with overlapping discharges, overlapping ages of discharges contributing to contamination in that well. So we are working on our end to try and figure out a way of addressing that in as straightforward a manner as possible. We've got a great team. I think what we've been doing, and frankly, the peer review shows that we've done a lot of really solid work in this area. And the work that we're continuing to do, the sensitivity analysis that's called for in that peer review, is something our team is already engaged in. We're already doing the next step that's being asked for by that peer review. Very complex project that we've undertaken. I'm satisfied that it really does meet the metrics that are called for under the exceptions policy, under the non-point source policy, and under the Basin Plan Amendment as a whole. I think one of the other comments that you've heard quite a bit is that, bad actors may be rewarded by, kind of what we're doing here. I think one of the points that resonates quite a bit is the fact, and I think Ken almost said it word for word here during the panel one presentation, was the gap between what is theoretically possible and standards that are protected of water quality is still concerning. it's a very complex subject that we've been wrestling with at the regional board for quite some time. But what that means is when you're growing crops, when you're running a dairy right now, right here, today in the Central Valley, if you do everything perfectly according to the highest theoretically possible nitrate removal targets, you will still not be achieving water quality standards. We have to work hard with the dischargers who are here today to work on technological solutions that closes and eliminates that gap. That can't be done overnight. We've heard a lot of comments that's just the profit motive of the agricultural industry or of the dairy industry, or hey, we want to charge lower rates for the wastewater treatment plant. I think it's a much more complex problem. We don't have the off-the-shelf technical solution to come up with an answer today, much less an off-the-shelf technical solution that works with the economic realities that all these industries are operating under, including wastewater treatment plants. So that's another point to kind of get to that. That leads right to the footnote modification. I know that Civiqua asked for in its presentation. The comment that we've got some wastewater treatment plants that might need a little bit more time. I think when we asked our team internally to take a look at those wastewater treatment facilities within the Modesto management zone, they are doing this work right now. And this is the tension that we have every day in virtually every program that we have. We push those timelines to be as short as practicable. So the facilities that they're talking about, City of Modesto, you actually heard from them today, City of Salida, Del Rio CSD, Modesto Reservoir Wastewater Treatment Plant, small treatment plant affiliated with that reservoir, and the Waterford Wastewater Treatment Plant. So all of the work at those facilities is actually ongoing. And for that reason, we believe the timelines that are in the order are reasonable. The 5-year and 7-year schedule for them to do a nitrate load assessment and to come back to the regional board with a bigger picture. If we tug on that a little bit, that might change some of the other timelines in our order. So I'm a little reluctant to go down that road. That said, I think as we go towards future management zone implementation orders, there may be larger and more complex wastewater treatment plants, or even smaller, more problematic wastewater treatment plants. So we'll definitely keep that comment in mind. Last but not least, I think we have a couple comments about maximum benefit. I think we went through a lot of time to try and understand maximum benefit to the people of the state, the burdens that we are placing on communities by virtue of the fact that we don't have a magic wand to clean up nitrate overnight. And we're not asking people to clean up nitrate overnight. We're asking them to both work on nitrate load reduction and replacement drinking water projects. I think the package that we have together does comply with the anti-degradation policy. We've worked a lot of hours to try and make sure that that bridges the gap in the findings that we have in that order. Then final point here, and then you kind of can open up to as many questions as you want to ask. Jennifer Cleary's proposal on more pilot projects or different criteria for pilot projects for groundwater restoration. I think it's a good one. I think I am in agreement with Tess that changing those requirements right now, here today, when we literally just received them during the course of the hearing, I think invites some trouble. And I think we also have enough time, given that this is a 5, 10, 15 year, actually some of these things are going to be doing about 12 years project, to continue to evaluate them and potentially make modifications at those check-in intervals to make sure that the pilot projects are occurring in a manner that really does meet the basin plan amendments and goals of restoration within these watersheds within 50 years. So those are the big standout points that I wanted to kind of talk about. Open to answering any questions. I think with all the testimony that we've heard today, I understand how timelines for some are dauntingly quick. For others, they're abysmally too slow. Again, as a regulatory agency, we're often called upon to make those hard decisions, to try and utilize our best technical and legal expertise and policy expertise to try and set those limits where they might be uncomfortable for many people in the room, but we'll keep checking in and trying to do our best to maintain progress with this program.
So just a clarification on mechanics. Should the public hearing be closed at this point? I do want some dialogue on some of the issues.
The public hearing can be closed at this time, yes.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close the public hearing at this point. We can move on to deliberation. So I open it up to my colleagues.
I guess I can kick it off. I mean, I really want to thank everybody. That was so comprehensive. Yeah, I had reviewed the response to comments that Bob and his team prepared, and Angela did a great job as kind of a prelude to this conversation today. And Patrick, your comments clarified a few questions I might have had. I guess, my overall view is that the Central Valley is so reliant on agriculture that we need to make some kind of progress on this issue sooner rather than later. And kicking the can down the road to delay approval of this doesn't seem to be in anybody's best interest, frankly, right now. I would ask, the 5-year review cycle makes a lot of sense. Given all of the issues that were discussed today, is it possible to have more frequent just status reports to the board, whether they're annual or semi-annual, or biannual rather? I think that would help keep the ball moving. And especially in light of, I imagine there's another one on the horizon. When's the next management zone going to come before us?
That we're going to get this one done.
Yeah, one at a time.
I think, speaking to your first point, I think those 2 points are completely related.
Mhm.
We are going to begin implementation in this management zone as soon as you drop the gavel, if it's today, if it's at a later hearing. And then I think you will kind of be hearing about the progress within this management zone as we work through the additional management zone orders. It's one of the reasons why you see this one attracting so much attention.
Yeah.
Many of the commenters here on every side are interested in this order. Not only, some of them are because they live and work within the Modesto management zone, but I think many of the folks here live and work or are party to a regulated entity that's in a different management zone. So if there's something that we do here today, we start implementing it, it's not working, we will pull it out and modify it in a future management zone order. And we'll probably take the opportunity at that time to modify the elements within this order that maybe went down the wrong path. I know I give a Clean Water Act seminar, legal seminar every once in a while, and I always emphasize that the 1972 amendments to the Clean Water Act was actually Congress's 7th try at the Clean Water Act. Starting in 1948, they went at it a bunch of times before they got it right, but they made huge progress each time. So I don't want to, my predecessor's kind of famous words, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I know there are things within this order that will not work perfectly. I don't know what they are yet. I wish I did. But as we go about implementing it, I will pledge to this board that I will try and make the tweaks and bring them back before you to make this thing incrementally better each time I bring it for you.
All right. Thank you, Patrick. Yeah, I guess just to wrap that up, we have some momentum here, and I'm really impressed by the collaboration that's going on, and everybody's listening to everybody else. So that helps a lot. So I appreciate where we're at. Let's keep it moving.
All right. As we continue the discussion, I do want to call out Savikwa and Debbie Mackey. I do want you to consider what Patrick said. I want to give you the opportunity to maybe provide some additional reaction. And I do want to talk about it a little bit. I guess my concern, or what I want to tease out, is the impact to, I guess conceptually in my mind, disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged communities that would bear the burden, I think, of what I took from her comments. So I want to talk about that a little bit, but I want to put you on the spot I want to let my colleagues speak first. I want you to think about this issue. So go ahead, Member Yang.
Yeah, good afternoon. yeah, a lot more information has shared with us since we were on break, and I appreciate, everyone that came to speak on the mic and share your concern or your what you have done so far and what we're going to do in the near future and as a overall program. And thank Patrick for elaborating some very good information and projections for all of us as our executive officer. I appreciate that. I just wanted to speak directly to our disadvantaged community. I believe some of you are still here, and if you're not here, you might be listening. And if you're not listening because you are driving home, I believe that there's representative here that will convey that or this information to you. I just want to let you know that what you have experienced in the past, we cannot change the past. And as I alluded to earlier, I'm very sorry to hear all of the heartache and bad experience that you have experienced for many, many decades for some of you and continue to experience. And that is really real experience. And it hurts me to hear that, unfortunately. However, as our executive officer mentioned, the folks that are working on this very complex and difficult situation, we have the brightest mind in the business working on it, and it is at your best interest. It may not seem like that right now, but that's what we are doing, and we as a board, myself included as a board member, will do anything that we can to continue to communicate with our team, starting with Patrick and the rest of our partners, to make sure that we get the latest update and continue to update as efficient as possible, to let you know that we are making progress, to let you know that we are just not just to let you know that we are serving you on your problems, and continue to communicate with you as far as taking survey, talking to you, listening to your continued struggles, and all that together, so that we will continue to improve on our end. So with that said, I ask you to continue to put your trust on our team, us, board. We are here to be the middleman at time to make sure that justice is served or resolution is being provided to you to care your problem. So with that said, I thank you, all the presenters and all the folks who's going through this on a daily basis to come and spoke to all of us. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Yang. Others, other comments?
Hi, I want to thank everyone for their presentations for today's hearing and all the parties that took the time to provide written feedback for this unique order. We all have the same goal here. It's to reduce nitrate loading, and that's through collaborations like this. And this is how that's how we get there. And just 2 weeks ago, Cal Matters reported that roughly 600,000 Californians still lack access to safe and reliable drinking water supplies. I support this item because there's an urgency here to address nitrate contamination water. We need to start the clock. We need to begin this phase of the nitrate control program ASAP, like yesterday. I look forward to seeing the results, the progress, along with more feedback from folks on the ground. And let's make sure we continue to have a dialogue with all impacted parties as we move along. With that, I want to be clear, we will be reevaluating exception terms granted today in 5 years. But if the data shows we can shorten the term, we will revisit the order. This is a great starting point, and the order will change as new data and information comes in. The interim drinking water program is working, but we need to keep our eyes on the future about restoration and long-term drinking water solutions. And with that, I'll go ahead and make the motion to adopt this order.
We have more discussion.
Yeah.
No worries. Yeah. Don't worry. We're not going anywhere. All right.
All right.
Member Kadara, please.
I also would like to thank our staff for the tremendous work you've done on this. The discharges that spoke today, our impacted community residents and our EJ groups. It has been a very beneficial discussion today. And I would just like to kind of recap some of the things I heard today. It will take some time for dairies and discharges to address nitrate problems. Economic costs, economic harm, reasonable progress that works for everyone, but it's not reasonable for the residents that are impacted. The balance shared, but it didn't mention residents being impacted. Spoke about the cows, the workers, but not the residents. 35 years is vital for the general order, but what about the residents? It was stated there are challenges for dairies and discharges, and that's real. And compromised health is what residents expressed today. That's real. I am been a part of this process for quite some time, so I know we're at a point to where we need action to be taken. And I am of the opinion that the clock has to start sometime. But I'm also of the opinion that the concerns raised by the EJ groups, the residents that are impacted, and I know many of you are sitting in here, but you don't have nitrates in your water. You don't have arsenic in your water, 123 TCP. So for those impacted residents, you don't feel what they feel. And that's the point that I want to make. I also want to say that I made mention earlier about a need for a 24-hour hotline. So you might think of it as being, no, we don't need to do that. But if we are talking about 1 year out, 5 years out, and you do the community outreach meetings once every, go to an event, if residents have issues, who do they talk to? Do they wait for another 2 or 3 months to come to a meeting? So I'm strongly of the opinion that 24-hour hotline that I threw out earlier, I threw it out, but I'm seeing it has some relevance to where people have a voice that they can express somewhere, sometime, that someone's going to hear them and say something. And if enough people call that hotline and express what their concerns are, then that means there's got to be some efforts made to address those concerns. So I'm throwing that out there because I'd like to see that something being considered. I do want to say that at this point in time, you have to balance and deal with both sides. And as much as I've expressed my concern for those residents, I do think that it is time for the project to move this order to move forward. But it's with the concerns that the residents raised, with the point I made about the 24-hour hotline, where residents have some way of being able to express what's going on in their communities with this drinking water. And so, that's where I am with that. I do think the work that's been done by everyone, Tess and all the group here, you've worked hard, but you're still on a different end of the ones that are impacted. And so I want to see efforts really made to show progress to these people that have come and spoken about these issues, that it's not going to be 12 years down the road, that we see some immediate progress. And so not only the hotlines, but as Mark mentioned, how often can we get an update on this to know how things are moving forward? So those are my comments. I don't want to be the one to make it difficult, but we have some difficult situations here and residents have been impacted. And when health is a state, it's you need to do more And we don't want to just talk about it and have a long timeline or time schedule. We want to see some results for the communities that have expressed the concerns and significantly impacted. Thank you.
Can I ask for a clarification from Patrick? So we would be reevaluating and we would get reports annually, correct? And at that moment, we can provide feedback, right? I really do like the hotline idea because people are intimidated to call their elected officials. I mean, what's your only option? You call a senator, you call an assembly member. And some people are afraid to do that. I think that that's a nice way to, nice, easy access for people who are scared.
We often direct people to, I think the tough part is we don't have the staffing to have a 24-hour hotline. But we do have voicemail, and certainly anybody who leaves a number,
We don't have AI, excuse me.
All right. I hope everybody has dinner ordered because that conversation is going to take a little while. But we do. I think one of the resources that when we do talk to communities, they value very highly is the CaliPA complaint system, and that gets routed to us. It is multilingual, and so it actually has the language assistance that we can't provide on our end, and it routes it to basically any environmental agency within the CaliPA umbrella that could potentially deal with that subject. So you don't have to be precise and know that it's the water boards, or know that it is the DTSC, or know that it is the air board that resolves your complaint. That was a major effort from about, I say 12 years ago, because there were a handful of hotlines that were just underutilized or went to dead numbers because essentially people would complain to the wrong agency. So CaliPA did a big initiative to say, no, we're going to do one place, one-stop shop. It's going to be CaliPA. You file your environmental complaint. We will make sure for you that it gets to the right place. We could certainly revisit that. I would think we would want to do that, revisit that in conversation with some of the entities that have told us that might not be a great idea, including the Office of Enforcement and CaliPA itself. But we are always open. We are always open. You leave a voicemail, send an email to get that response back to someone.
Okay, and if that's an option or something that could be considered, then I would say to the management zones that they put that on their correspondence and everything that goes out, that there's a 24-hour, if there are any issues, let people be aware of who they can call.
Yep.
They shouldn't have to wait until someone else, EJ, comes out, or another public meeting where they express those concerns, because nobody's experiencing and living through on a daily basis what they're living through. So they should have a way to get that out to someone, whatever those situations and problems may be.
Yeah.
So I would certainly.
No, it is a very sophisticated system, and I think we should do more to publicize it, because there's also, especially with the immigration enforcement that we're seeing in this country today, there's a greater ability through that system to anonymize and potentially protect the identity of somebody making an environmental complaint. And I think the big thing that we've heard from public outreach people is that you don't have to have the sophistication to know that, oh no, this is a project that the state water board, not the regional water quality board, handles. You should have known better and called this number instead of that number. It's a one click, you go to that one place and you can file your complaint, and you can select whether you want to stay confidential or not. And you can select different language options through that database as well.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think last thing we want to do is create unintended consequences here. I think the intent is well placed. I think there are obviously, as you said, there are nuances here that I think are important to be aware of. Member Baggett, I know you've been patiently waiting down there.
Be glad to wait if there's someone else you wanted to comment from the public. Well, I mean, today I feel like it's the first ring on your watch is closing. I have probably a different perspective than most everybody here, except for maybe Tess and David, I think might have been here. It's about 25 years ago. My colleagues, we were faced with this waiver of discharge requirement for agriculture. And we created the agricultural waiver program and set up groundwater management zones and monitoring zones. And eventually we got one of Patrick's predecessors, Gary Carlton, on board and began the CV Salts program. I mean, that's been 25 years. And for me to be sitting here today and realize this is the result, it's taken this long. But when we started those programs decades ago, our premise was that you could only solve these massive problems we took over 100 years to create if you totally engage the local communities and the local farmers. Because for this, a top-down approach wouldn't get there because you don't have any skin in the game, as you'd say. But the local people certainly do, and the local farmers don't want their neighbor polluting. They want to stop it just as bad as the people who are suffering the consequences, which is also some of them. So unfortunately, at times I've learned over the decades, we live in a state which has, and I can say this as a lawyer, we've taken the legal and procedural games to great lengths. It's unfortunate it takes this long to get to where we've got today. It took 25 years, which is, we never anticipated that. But given the way California functions, that's how it happens. I think in the end, what you've created is the iterative approach is the only way to, I'm convinced over the decades, to deal with these problems. You've got to have an approach that you're constantly modifying and making better. And I applaud staff, Patrick, you've all done great putting this together along with the dischargers. It's got to be iterative. It's got to come up, but at this point, we've just got to adopt it. Because I can tell you, having been on both sides of these type situations, you need some certainty if you're going to take a financial risk as a local government, as a local farmer. You've got to have some certainty that there's actually a plan that's been adopted and it's not going to change every other month. And so it's time, we've gone back and forth, but it's time to, I think, to vote for the plan. You know, you can talk all night, as we like to say. At some point, you got to play ball. And I think it's way past time. And I applaud everyone in the room who's worked so hard to make this happen. But I think this is just the first ring. There's more to close, but I think it's an incredible step. Thank you all.
I like that analogy. Thank you. I too want to extend my gratitude. There's a lot of time and effort that's gone into this. I mean, I don't think words can properly capture, like you just mentioned, Member Baggett, about the effort that has gone into where we are today. Obviously, on the long arc of achieving our water quality, broad sense water quality objectives, you know, it's finally nice to be at a point where we're not just planning, we're now implementing. And that's a big deal, and certainly should be recognized for that. I do want, Ms. Mackey, if you don't mind, please come to the podium. I do want to tease out a little bit about the nature of your comment and your response to staff's points.
Sure, thank you. Debbie Mackey with Civiqua. So on the comment that this is really specific to this management zone, I can appreciate that. There is 170 or so different non-15, you know, they're not all POTWs, but non-15 permits that are in there. So there needs to be flexibility. They range from here to there. The second part I would say where I have some hope is that if adopted as is, in 5 years, you're reviewing this. In 5 years, those agencies are going to know a little bit more about their zone of influence. And they're going to know a little bit more about where they're at. But right now, a lot of them don't, you know, their monitoring is very low. They don't have the funding. They don't have a lot of things even to get to that year 5 goal. And that was part of the decision, part of the negotiations in their participation. It is a big lift. There's a lot of heavy lifts that are going on now, as I think you guys all heard today. We want them to succeed. We want to make sure that the community, because of Prop 218, because of just it is the community that is investing in their wastewater treatment plant. And we want to make sure that their investment is something that they can stand behind, because it will cost them money. It will, and some of these, for those some of the decisions are incredibly expensive to get at. And the hope is that consolidation, whether you're able to expand and take on something else, that those pieces can fit, but making them fit, I'm like kind of going, I'm looking at you, Denise, is, making those fit, it takes some time. And so I would just really ask as we get to that 5-year review, if we find out that more time is needed for those facilities, that is granted in the MRP.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I appreciate how you frame that. Certainly some of the things in my mind are exactly, I think, what Ms. Mackey just articulated. We can make decisions today, but the reality is those local communities that are going to have to decide because of the law outside of us, Prop 218, as you mentioned, obviously, that those folks are going to have to vote to tax themselves to bring themselves into compliance. So it's kind of a water balloon, right? We push on one and it's going to pop out in the other when we look at a disadvantaged community as a whole and not issues individually. And I just want to be aware of that, and certainly don't want to create a situation where we're foisting, enormous costs onto those dischargers when holistically they're, it's problematic. Now, I'm not saying easing restrictions. We just really have to roll up our sleeves and figure out a better way other than driving up costs for those small discharges, which are the very communities that we're trying to benefit through our efforts today. So.
No, absolutely. And Debbie, we're hearing you loud and clear. Again, I mentioned this early and I cringe saying it, but Modesto is probably one of the easier management zones in that we have relatively well-defined dischargers. And again, it's I think Waterford CSD is the outlier where they're probably the littlest. They do have the full 35-year time schedule. Nitrate's a little better understood on that. Modesto's done a huge amount of work. They're kind of the other big one here. And really kind of, you heard from them, they're doing an excellent job, and deal with the same constraints, like very, very real constraints about kind of ratepayer capacity, 218 challenges, what they want to do for their long-term infrastructure planning. So we tried to take that into account. I totally hear you loud and clear for the other management zones when that list goes from 3 or 4 wastewater treatment facilities to 30 or 40 wastewater treatment facilities, and many of those are even smaller. I doubt we'll be able to make the same claim in like a footnote 1 saying, "Oh, it's cool. We'll get this done in about 7 years for these folks." It probably will need a slightly more deft touch, and Bob's up for it, I'm sure.
Well, Bob, I hope you're not going anywhere for the next, I don't know, a few decades. So
there's a career security here, that's for sure.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mackey. Okay, with that, I mentioned that for me, I want to echo sort of the comments of my colleagues here. At the end of the day, we got to do something, and this is a very complex landscape. We have to make choices. The reality is that even if we had 0 exceedances from dischargers today, we'd still have a problem. And obviously focusing on providing groundwater today. I know somebody mentioned that we can't bottle the water our way out of this. Well, I guess in a purely theoretical sense, sure. But the reality is some form of that has to be an interim solution. And obviously that to me is a critical component because, like I said, it's not a light switch. All of a sudden those aquifers don't recover. And so I think we're doing that thanks to the early planning and the early action plans that prior boards and staff obviously engaged in. And I really do feel that this is the most realistic and implementable path forward. There's a lot of challenges. I still think the bar is really high for folks, and hopefully we're not setting up for disappointment, but the pressure's on, I think, today. I mean, obviously beginning today, if not continuing, maybe escalating. So with that, I do have a motion. I will entertain a second. I have a second from Member Baggett. Please take the roll.
I'll run through it. Board Member Bradford. Board Member Kadara.
Yes.
Board Member Yang.
Aye.
Board Member Baggett. Vice Chair Lee Reader.
Aye.
And Chair Abdus.
Yes. Again, feels like somewhat anticlimactic, I think. Well, with that, again, I want to adjourn this meeting, and a reminder, we will be continuing, we'll be resuming tomorrow at 9 a.m. in this location. So thank you again, everybody, for your time today. We are now adjourned.